Hello and welcome to another exciting tutorial of Great Stack. In this tutorial, we will create a full stack e-commerce website using MERN stack. We are going to use MongoDB, Express, React and Node.js to build this e-commerce website project. So this is the home page of our e-commerce website. Let me scroll this web page. So here you can see the latest collections. So in this one, you can see the recently added products. So here we have total 10 products. So you can see in this product list, we have the product image, product title and price. When we move cursor over any product, then you can see the transition in this product image. Let me scroll this web page again. So here we have some best seller products, and in this best seller products, we have added 5 products. After that, we have some policies, then we have one email subscription form, and then we have this footer, and at the bottom we have the copyright message. Let's see the other page. So here if I click on collections, so it will open the collection page where it will display all the products available on this website. If I scroll this web page, you can see here we have lots of product. And on this collection page, we have the option to filter these products. In the left side, you can see we have filter where we can filter the product based on category and type, right? So if I select kids, you can see it is displaying only kids product. From here, if I select top wear, now you can see in this kids category, it is displaying only top wear product, right? Now if I uncheck this one and select men, and from here, if I select bottom wear, remove this top wear. Now you can see it is displaying men's category product and only bottom wear, right? And let me uncheck this one. So again, it will display all products. Here we have one product sort option. In the right side, you can see we have this drop down. If I click here, low to high, so it will arrange these products based on the price. So first it is displaying the product with lower price, and as we scroll down, you can see the products with higher price. If I change this option and select high to low, now you can see it is displaying the product with the higher price. And if I scroll down, you will see the products with the lower price. After that, here you can see this search icon. If I click here, it will open this search bar. In this search bar, we can add the search keyword. Then we will get the product related to our search keyword. So let me type t-shirt. So here you can see we are only getting the t-shirts in this product list, correct? So like this, you can search the products on this website. Here we have this cross icon that will close this search bar, right? Now let's see the next page, which is about page. On this about page, you can see we have one image and some about text. Now let's see the contact page. So this is our contact page where you can see the store location, contact information, right? After that, here we have this user icon, and if I click here, it will open the login page. So if you have an account, you can enter the email ID and password and click on this sign in button, then you will be logged in on this website. And if you don't have the account, then you can click here on this create account link. Let me click here. So now we have to provide the name, email ID and password, and we can create a new account. So let me create a new account here. So here we have provided name, email ID and password. Then click on the sign up button. So it will create an account and we will be logged in on our website. So now we are at the home page. After that, let me open any product. So let me open this first product. So this is the product page, right? And here you can see in the left side, we have the product gallery, and in the right side, we have the product information. In this product gallery, you can see some small images. And if I click on any small image, you can see this image will be updated at the main image position. So if I click here, you can see the main image will get updated. If I click here, you can see the second image here. If I click here, now you can see another image. So like this, you can select any image from this small images list. In the right side, we have the product title, reviews, price and product description. Then we can select the size, right? We can select size and click on the add to cart button. So this product will be added in the cart. So we have selected medium size, click on the add to cart button. So this product will be added in the cart. You can see in this cart icon, we have the quantity 1. If I click again, now you can see the product quantity 2 in this cart icon. If I select another size like S, click on the add to cart button. Now here you can see this quantity 3. Like this, you can select this size and add the product in the cart page. Let me scroll this web page again, and here you can see we have some product description. Then we have the related product. Let me click on another product. So now here you can see another product, and here we will select this size and click on the add to cart button. So this product will be added in the cart. Now let's click on this cart icon. So here you can see all the products that we have added in the cart. And here we have the option to increase or decrease the quantity. And we can also delete these products from the cart page. And if I scroll down, here you can see the cart totals, where it is displaying total product value, then shipping charge, and here it is displaying the total cart amount. Now if I click on this proceed to checkout button, it will open this place order page where user can enter their delivery information and select the payment gateway and place this order. So let me add some dummy information in this form. So here we have added some dummy information. Here we have multiple payment options. You can choose a Stripe or Razor Pay, and you can make the payment online, or you can also choose this cash on delivery option. So let me select this cash on delivery and click on the place order button. So now we have placed the order and we are at the my order page. On this my order page, you can see the products that we have just ordered. And here we have the order date, we have the size and quantity, and here we have the button to track this order, right? And here it is displaying order placed. So this was the front end part of this e-commerce website. Now let me show you the admin panel. So this is the admin panel. So to access the admin panel, we have to provide the email ID and password. Then click on the login button. So it will open this admin panel. In this one, if I go to orders from this left sidebar, here you can see the new order that we have just placed, right? You can see the name. Now from this admin panel, we can update the status. So here you can see this drop down, and if I change this like out for delivery. Now if I go to the front end and click on this track order, so now you can see the order status has been updated. It is displaying out for delivery, correct? So like this, you can update the order status from the admin panel. After that, here you can see list items, where it will display all the products added on this website. Now here we have one option, add items. Let me click here. And from here, we can upload a new product on our website. So let me upload the image. So I'll select this image. Now select the other variant of this product. So now we have selected 4 images. Here we have to add the product name. So we have added the product title, men's t-shirt test. Here we will add the product description. So let me add the same text in this description also. Here we have to select the category. So we will select men category. We will select top wear, and here we have to provide the price. So let me add 80. Then we can select the size. So this product is available in small size, medium, large, and XL. After selecting this size, you can select this add to bestseller. Then this product will be added in the bestseller list. After that, click on the add button. Now you can see this notification, product added, correct? After adding this, let's go to this list items. And here if I scroll this web page, at the bottom you can see the newly added product, that is men's t-shirt test, correct? And if I go to home page, let's open this collection page, scroll down. So here you can see the product that we have just added. Let me open this product. So you can see the product title. We have added very small description, right? You can see the same price. So this is how you can add a new product on this website. So this is the overview of the project, and this full stack project offers a great opportunity to enhance your coding skills and also provide an impressive addition to your resume. You can also customize this project to use in your college project or personal portfolio. To explore the feature of this full stack e-commerce app, you can check out the live project link provided in the description. Before starting this tutorial, please do comment on this tutorial and help me to get 500 comments. If we get 500 comments on this tutorial, then I will make another tutorial about how to deploy this full stack project online. Now let's start the development process and build this full stack e-commerce website step by step. So now we are on my desktop screen, and here we will create a folder with the name e-commerce app. So right click, select new folder and provide the folder name e-commerce app. Now we are going to open this folder with VS Code editor. So right click, show more options, open with code. So this folder is open in VS Code editor. Now right click here and select open in integrated terminal. So in this integrated terminal, you can see we are in the e-commerce app folder. After that, here in this folder, we will create a React project using the Vite package. For that, we will type the command npm create Vite at latest. After that, here we have to provide the project name. So this will be our front-end project. So write the project name front-end. After that, we will select the framework React, then select JavaScript. Now you can see the project folder has been created in the left sidebar. Now we will open this front-end folder in this terminal. For that, here we will use this command cd front-end. So it will change the directory. So now we are in the front-end directory in this terminal. Now in this project, we will install the dependencies. For that, we will use the command npm install. So just type npm install in this front end. So it will install all the dependencies. After installing the dependencies, here you can see one node_modules folder. Now for this project, we will install some packages. So first we will install React Router DOM and React Toastify. So using this React Router DOM, we can create multiple routes in our project, and using React Toastify, we can display the toast notification in our project. Just press enter. So it will install these two packages. So these packages has been installed. Next we will run this project. To run this project, simply type npm run dev. So our project is running on this localhost port 5173. So let's open this address in the web browser. So here you can see our default project is successfully running in the web browser. Next we will clear this default React project. For that, we will come back to the VS Code editor, and here we will open src folder, then right click and delete this app.css file. After that, we will open this app.jsx file. From here, we will clear all the codes, and here we will use the snippet RAFCE. So it will create this component. If this RAFCE snippet is not coming, so you have to install one extension. So go to extension and search for this ES7 React Redux. Just search for this extension and install it. So after installing this extension, you can use the RAFCE snippet. After that, we will open the assets folder, and from here, let's delete this react.svg file. Now open index.css file and let's clear all the code from this index.css. After that, we will open index.html file, and from here we will update this title. So right now you can see the title wheat plus react. So let me clear it, and here we will add our own title. So it is forever. So this is our website name. After that, we will save the changes and open the web browser. So here you can see our default React project has been cleaned, and you can see the title in this browser, which is forever. That will be our project name. After that, we'll insert all our assets in this assets folder. So here on my desktop screen, you can see assets folder, where you can see all the assets file related to this project. So let me copy all these files, and we will come back to the project folder, go to front end, then go to src and open assets folder and paste all the assets here. Let's close it. Now we will open the VS Code editor. So here in the left sidebar, inside this assets, you can see all the images, and here we have one assets.js file. In this file, we have already imported all the images, and then I have exported it through one object, that is assets. Suppose we have to use the logo, so simply we will use this assets, and in that image src we can provide assets.logo, so it will display that logo on the web page. With this, you can see here we have one array with the name products, and in this products array we have multiple objects, and each object is representing a single product. So in each product we have the product ID, name, description, price, image, and in this image we have added one array where you can add the multiple images, and we can display multiple images on our website. After that, we have the category, subcategory, sizes, date. So this date is one timestamp when we have added this product. After that, here we have the best seller property. If we will make it true, then this product will be displayed in the best seller section. So you can see this is the product 2. Here we have added multiple images in this image array. Using that, we can display multiple images in the product page. And here we have added this export so that we can use this products array in any component. After that, in our project, we will add the support of Tailwind CSS. So let's open the web browser and open a new tab. And here we will search for wheat plus Tailwind. We will open this first link. So now we have to follow these steps to add the Tailwind support in our project. So first step is to create the project that we have already created. So skip this one. After that, here we have to use this command to install the Tailwind and post CSS dependencies. So let's copy this command, and in this terminal, first we have to stop this project. So just type Ctrl+C, yes, then paste this command. So it will install the dependencies. After that, again come here and copy this second command and paste it here in this terminal. After executing this command, you can see we have two files in the sidebar, postcss.config.js and tailwind.config.js. After that, here we have to copy all these codes. So let's click on this icon and open this tailwind.config.js file and remove all this code and paste this one that we have just copied. Now save the changes and come back to the web browser. And here we have the next step. Just copy these 3 lines and paste it in the index.css file. So let's copy all these codes and we will open index.css file, which is here in this src directory. So just paste all these 3 lines of codes. After that, we can start our project. So to run this project, simply type npm run dev. Now we will come back to our web page and reload the web page. Now in our project we have the support of Tailwind CSS. After that, let's close this index.css file, HTML file. Now we will create the folder structure for our front-end project. For that, in this src folder, we will create a new folder with the name pages. And in this pages, we will create multiple pages like cart page, order page, home page, contact page, about page, and other. After that, we will create one more new folder in this src and provide the folder name components. In this components folder, we will create multiple components that we can reuse in our project. After that, we will create one more folder with the name context. In this context folder, we will create one context file, and using that, we can manage the logic of our e-commerce project. After that, in this pages folder, let's create multiple pages. So in this pages folder, let's create a new file with the name home.jsx. To convert this file in the component, we will type RAFCE. Now let's create another file in this pages folder with the name collection.jsx. Here also we will use RAFCE. Save the changes. Now create another new file that will be about.jsx. Here we will create RAFCE. Save the changes, create a new file and write the file name contact.jsx. Here we will use RAFCE snippet. Save the changes. Now create a new file in this pages folder and the file name is product.jsx. Here also we will use RAFCE. Save the changes. Now we will create another new file. So it will be for the cart page. So just add cart.jsx. Here we will use RAFCE. Similarly, let's create one more file. It will be for the login page. So let's add login.jsx. Here we will use RAFCE. Save the changes. Now let's create another new file with the name placeorder.jsx. Here we will use the RAFCE snippet. Now let's create one more new file. So we will use this file to display the orders. So let's add orders.jsx. Here we will use the RAFCE snippet. So here we have created 9 pages in this pages folder. Now using these pages, we will set up our route. So to set up the React router, first we will open main.jsx file. And from here, remove this React strict mode. And here we will use browser router tag. So just add browser router. And now we have to import this browser router from the React Router DOM package. So here we will add import curly braces browser router from React Router DOM. So we have wrapped this app tag using this browser router tag so that in our whole project we will get the support of React Router DOM. Now close this file. Now we will use this React Router DOM to create multiple routes for the multiple pages so that when we go to /login, then it will display the login page. For that, let's open this app.jsx file. So this div will be the root container. So for this one, we will add the class name property. So here we have provided the padding X for different screen sizes like a small, medium, large. After that, we will use the routes tag. We have to import this routes tag. So here we will add import curly braces routes from React Router DOM. With this, we will import the route tag also. So we have imported the routes and route tag from the React Router DOM. So in this routes, we will create multiple route. So first, let's add one route for the home page. For that, let's add the opening arrow route tag. Close this tag, and in this one, we will define the path property and element property. So let's add the path, that will be /. So whenever we will open the /, it will open the home.jsx file. With that, here we will add the element property equal to curly braces, and here we will provide the home component. So select this home from the suggestion. If I click here, so this home has been imported from the pages/home. Let's close this home tag. So whenever we will open the / path, then it will mount the home page. After that, here we will add the new route. Here we will add the path /collection. Here we will add the element property, and in this one we will provide the collection component. So select it from the suggestion. So this file has been imported. Close this tag. Similarly, we will add another route. Here we will add the path /about. Here we will add the element property, and here we will mount the about component. After that, create another route. In this one, we will add the path property. It will be /contact. Here we will add the element property. That will be contact component. After that, we will create the route for the product page. So just add route. Here we will add the path property. Here let's add /product. In our product page, whenever we will open any product, then we need the product ID. So here we will add the parameter, that will be :product ID. Using that, we can get the particular product on this page. Here we will add the element property, and here we will provide product component. After that, we will create one more route. This will be for the cart page, so just add path /cart. Here we will add the element property, and here we will mount the cart component. After that, we will create another route. Here we will add the path property. This route will be for the login page, so just add /login. And here we will add the element property. Here we will mount the login component. After that, we will create one more route. Here we will add the path property. That will be /place order. Here we will add the element property, and in this one we will mount the place order component. After that, let's add one more route. In this one we will add the path property, that will be /orders, and here we will add the element property, that will be orders component. So here we have created 9 pages, and here we have created 9 routes. So if I go to the home page, that will mount the home page. If I go to the another route, then we'll get these components. So we have set up the route. Now we will start building the UI. So first we will build the navigation bar. For that, let's create a new file in this components folder. That will be navbar.jsx. Here we will use the array_fce. After that, we will mount this component in the app component. So we will mount this navbar outside of this routes tag, so that this navbar will be available in all pages. So before this routes, let's add the opening arrow and provide navbar component. So select it from this suggestion. So this file has been imported. Close this tag. Save the changes. So now this navbar will be displayed in all pages because we have mounted it before this routes tag. Now let's open navbar.jsx file and start building this navigation bar. So first in this div we will add the class name property, and here let's add the classes. So let's add flex, item center, justify between, then padding from the y-axis, then font medium. In this div, first we will add the logo. For that, we will use the img tag, and in this src, we will use this assets.js file. So from this file, first we will import this object, that is assets. So to import this one, simply add import curly braces assets from /assets folder /assets.js file. After that, in this src, let's provide assets.logo, so that in this src we will get this logo image. After that, here we will add the class name property, and here we will provide width and save the changes. If I open the web browser, so here you can see this logo. After that, here we will create one UL tag, and in this UL tag we will create multiple menu items. So in this UL tag, first we will add the class name property. So let's provide class name hidden. For a small and above screen, just add flex, gap 5, text, then text color. So this menu will be hidden, and for a small and above screen, it will be displayed using this flex. After that, here we will use the navlink tag. So first we will import the navlink tag. So just add import curly braces navlink. So let's select it from the suggestion navlink from React Router DOM. So this tag has been imported. Now within this UL tag, we will use this navlink tag. In this tag, first let's add the class name property. And here let's add flex column, item center, gap 1. Within this navlink tag, let's add one p tag where we will add home. And here we will add one HR tag. And here we will add the class name property. And here let's add width, border none, height, background color. If I save the changes and open the web browser, so here in the right side you can see this text home, and here we have one underline that we have created using this HR tag. So whenever we will be on the home page, then it will display this underline below this home text, and whenever we will open the other page, then it will display this line below the menu text of other page. After that, here we will add the to property. Using this property, we can add the path name. So whenever we will click on this nav link, it will redirect us to this path, which is the slash. After that, let's copy this complete nav link tag and paste it for 3 times. Now in the second nav link tag, we will update this text. Here we will add collection. Let's make this home text also in the uppercase. Now rename the third text and rename the fourth text. So we have added home, collection, about and contact. Now in the second nav link, we will add this route that will be slash collection. Now in the third one, we will add slash about, and here in this 2, we will add slash contact. If I save the changes and open the web browser, so now here we have 4 menu items. First is home, then collection, then about, then contact. So right now you can see this underline in all menu items. If I click on this collection, so you can see in the URL and we are on the collection page. If I click on home, so now we will come back to the home page. If I click on about, you can see slash about, and if I click on contact, you can see the URL slash contact. Now right click and select inspect. Right now we are on the contact path, and from here if I select this contact, so in this code you can see in this A tag we have the extra class name called active, as we have not added any active class in this nav link, right? The last class name is gap1. So you can see after this gap1 we have one active class because we are on the slash contact path. If I click on collection, so in the right side you can see the active class name has been removed from the contact anchor link, and this active class name has been added in the classes of this collection link. So in this A tag you can see active. So we are getting this feature because of this nav link. So whenever we will open any route, so in that class name it will add the active class name automatically. So using this active class name, we can display the underline below that menu item. For that, in this HR tag, after this BG color, let's add hidden class name. So it will be hidden from all the links. So you can see all underlines are hidden. Now let's open index.css file. And here let's add anchor tag dot active, then HR tag. So whenever in any of the anchor tag we have the active class name available, so in that HR tag, we will make that visible. So simply add display block. Now if I save the changes, so you can see this collection page, and here we have the underline below this collection menu. If I click on home, so we are at the home page, and here you can see the underline below this home link. If I click on about and contact, you can see, so this underline is perfectly displayed on particular menu. After that, let's come back to the navbar.jsx file. Now we'll create the right side section of this navigation bar. For that, after closing of this UL tag, here let's create one div. And in this div, we will add the class name property. So here let's add flex item center gap 6. Let me hide this terminal so we will get more space to type. Now within this div, we will insert one image tag. And in this image src, we will use assets.search icon. Then we will add the class name property, and here we will add the class name width and cursor pointer. If I save the changes and open the web browser, now this menu item is displayed in the center, and in the right side we have the search icon. After this image tag, we will create one div, and here we will add the class name property. So let's add the class name, group and relative. In this div, we will create one image tag, and in this src, we will use assets.profile icon. After that, here let's add the class name property, that will be width and cursor pointer. If I save the changes, so here we have the profile icon. After that, on this profile icon, we will add the drop down menu. So whenever we will hover on this profile icon, it will display one drop down menu where we will add the login, logout or order page link. So after this image tag, let's create one div. And in this div, we will add the class name property. And here we will provide group hover block, then hidden, then absolute drop down menu, right 0 padding top. After that, within this div, we will create another div. Here we will add the class name property. So here we will provide flex column, gap width, padding, background color, text color, border radius. After that, here we will create 3 p tag. So let's add p into 3. Now in all 3 p tag, we will add the class name property, and here we will provide cursor pointer, hover, and here we will provide the text black. So in the first p tag, we will add the text my profile. In the second p tag, we will add orders. In the third one, we will add logout. If I save the changes and open the web browser, so if I hover on this one, here we have one drop down where you can see 3 options: my profile, orders and logout. So if I hover on these text, you can see the text color is changing and it becomes black. Now we will create one link tag. So we will get this link tag from the React Router DOM. So just click here. So link tag has been imported from React Router DOM. In this link tag, first we will add the to property, and here we will add /cart. So whenever we will click on this link tag, it will open the cart page. Then we'll add the class name relative. In this link tag, let's add one image tag. And in this image src, let's provide assets.cartIcons. Then we will provide the class name property where we will add width and minimum width. We will save the changes and open the web browser. So here we have one cart icon. Now we will add the cart count in the right side at the bottom of this cart icon. So just add one p tag. Here we will add the class name property. In this p tag, let's add any random number like 10. And in this class name, let's provide absolute, right, bottom, width, text center, leading 4, then background color, then text color, then aspect square, border radius, and text size, that will be 8 pixel. If I save the changes and open the web browser, so here at the bottom in the right side of this cart icon, you can see the number of count. It is displaying 10. So here we have created the navigation bar for the desktop screen. Now we will make it responsive so that it will look perfect in a smaller screen also. So let me right click and select inspect. So right now you can see that menu items is hidden. So now we will create one section where we will create one sidebar menu for the phone screen. For that, after this link tag, here let's add one image tag, and here we will use the assets dot menu icon. After that, here we have to add the class name property. Here we will provide width cursor pointer. For small and above a screen, it will be hidden. So if I open the web browser, here we have this menu icon. If I open in desktop screen, that menu icon is hidden. And if I reduce the screen size, that menu icon is visible. Now we will create one state variable. So before this return statement, let's add const visible, and the setter function name will be setVisible equal to user state, and initialize it with boolean data false. So here we will create one div and display that whenever this visible state is true. So in this image tag where we have added the menu icon, here let's add the onClick property. Here we will pass the arrow function, and here we will call the setVisible setter function, and here we will make it true. So whenever we will click on this menu icon, then the visible state will be true. After this div, here we will add one comment so that we will get to know why we have created this div. So in this one, let's add one comment, sidebar menu for a small screen. After this comment, let's create one div, and in this div we will add the class name property. Here we will provide the dynamic class name. So the dynamic class name is that where we will use the state variable, and whenever the variable changes, then it will change the class name. So to use the dynamic class name, here we will provide the curly braces, then backticks. And in this one, let's provide this class name absolute, top, right, bottom, overflow hidden, background white, transition all. After that, here we will use the $ curly braces, and in this curly braces we will use the ternary operator. So we will check if this visible state is true. In that case, here we will add the class name that will be width full. And if this visible is false, in that case we will add the class name that is width 0. If I save the changes and open the web browser, if I click on this menu icon, so here we have one div. In this div we have not added anything, that's why it is displaying blank. If I reload the web page, again you can see this navigation bar. Now in this div we will add the multiple menu links, and with that we will also add the close icon. So whenever we will open the sidebar menu, then we can click on the back, so it will close that menu. For that, here let's create one div tag, and in this one we will add the class name property that will be flex column, and here we will use the text gray 600. In this div we will create one more div, and in this one also we will add the class name property, and here we will provide the class name that will be flex. Item center, gap of 4, and padding. Within this div we will add one image tag where we will use the assets dot drop down icon, and in this image tag we will add the class name property that will be h4 rotate 180. After this image tag, let's add one p tag, and here we will add the text that is back. With that, in this div we will add the onClick property, and here we will pass the arrow function. So whenever we will click on this div where we have the image and text called back, so whenever we will click here, it should close the sidebar menu. For that we will use the setter function set visible false. If I save the changes and open the web browser, if I click on this menu icon, so here we have the sidebar, and if I click on this back, so now it will display the main navigation bar, it will close the sidebar. With that, in this div we will add the cursor pointer, so that whenever we will hover on this div we will get the cursor pointer effect. After closing of this div, here we will create the navlink tag. So let's add the opening arrow, navlink. Here we will add the to property. Here we will add the slash, and here we will add the text home. Let me copy it and paste it for 3 more times. Here we will provide slash collection, and here we will add the text collection. Here we will provide the to slash about, then we will add the text about. Here we will add the slash contact, then update the text contact. After that, in all 4 link tag, let's add the class name property, and here we will provide padding y, then padding from the left side, then border. If I save the changes and open the web browser, and if I open this menu, so here we have the home, collection, about, and contact. If I click on this collection, so here we have the slash collection. If I click on about, so here we have the slash about, slash contact. So this nav link is perfectly working. If I click on this back, right now we are on the contact route. So here we have one issue. When we change the route, we have to click on the back button, right? So we will add the logic so that when we click on any menu item, then it will close the sidebar menu automatically. For that, on these nav links, we will add the onClick property, and here we will pass the arrow function. Here we will call the setVisible function and provide false. If I save the changes and if I click on contact, so now we are at the /contact path and the side menu has been closed. So this logic is perfectly working. Now let's expand the screen size. So now we have completed the navigation bar component. Now we will create the hero section for our home page. For that, in this components folder, we will create a new file that will be hero.jsx. Here we will use the RAFCE snippet. We have to mount this hero component on our home page. So let's open home.jsx, and in this div, we will add this hero component. So we will select it from this suggestions. So this hero has been imported. Now close this tag. Now the hero component has been mounted on the home page. So whenever we will open the home page, it will display the hero component. After that, we will design this hero component. So in this div, we will add the class name property, and here we will provide flex, flex column, flex row, border, border gray. We have provided flex row for small and above screen size. Now in this hero section, we will create two sections, hero left and hero right. So here let's add the comment where we will add hero left side, and here let's add one div, and in this div we will add the class name property, and here let's provide width full for a small and above screen, width half, then flex, then item center, justify center, padding y, then for small and above padding y 0. Now we'll add one div, and in this div we will add the class name property, and here we will provide text color. Just provide this color code. Within this div we will create another div, and here we will provide the class name, that is flex, item center, gap of 2. After that, here we will create two paragraph tag. So just add p into 2. So in the first paragraph tag, we will add the class name property, and here we will provide width for medium and above screen size. We will provide the width 11. After that, we will provide the height, that will be 2 pixels. Then we will provide the background color. So here we will use this color code. So we are using this paragraph to display one line that will improve the looks of our theme. After that, in the second P, we will add the text, our best seller. And in this paragraph tag, we'll add the class name property. So here we will add font medium, text small. Here we will add the medium screen, and here let's add text base. If I save the changes and open the web browser, so here we have the container where you can see this, our best sellers. After this div, we will create one h1 tag, and in this h1 tag, let's add the text latest arrivals. After that, here we will add the class name property, and here we will provide this class name, that is text, then padding for a small screen, then for large screen text, then leading. After this h1 tag, let's add one more div. In this div, we will add the class name property that will be flex, item center, gap 2. In this div, we will add two p tag. So in the first paragraph tag, we will add the class name property. So here, let's provide font semi-bold, text small, and text base for the medium screen. Here we will add our text, that is shop now. And we will use this second paragraph as a line. So just add the class name property. And in this class name, we will use the same class name that we have provided here. So let's add the same class name. If I save the changes and open the web browser, so here you can see it is looking like this. Here we have to update the text shop now. After that, in the right side, we will insert one image. So after closing of this div, here let's add one comment, and let's add the comment hero right side. After that, here we will insert one image tag, and in this src, let's add assets.hero image. After that, here we will add the class name property. Here let's provide width full. For a small and above screen size, we will provide width 1/2. If I save the changes, open the web browser, so in the right side, here we have the image. Now this design is looking perfect. Now we will add some custom fonts so that the UI of the web page will look better. So for that, we will open new tab, and here we will search for Google Fonts. Let's open this website, fonts.google.com. Here we will search for outfit in this search bar. Just click here. Then click on this button, get font. Then let's come back to the fonts again. And here we will search for this font, Plata. Let's click here and click on the button, get font. Now just click on this button, get embed code, and select this import statement. And from here, just copy this line. Now we will paste it in our code file. So let's open index.css file. And in the first line, just paste this statement. So after adding this in this project, we will get the support of outfit font and this Parata font. Now just come back to the web browser, and from here, let's copy this code and come back to the VS Code editor and paste it here. After that, let's add the CSS properties for all the HTML elements. So just add a star, and here we will add font family, outfit. So for all the elements, we have provided the font family outfit. After that, let's copy this class name, and we will paste it here in this h1 tag. So let's paste it here. If I save the changes and open the web browser, so here you can see the custom font has been applied on our web page. This latest arrivals text is looking good, and all other text we have the outfit font. Now our hero section is looking perfect, and this section is completely responsive for phone screen also. So let me right click and select inspect and change the screen size, so you can see in a small screen it is looking like this. Now we will create the context. Using that, we can store all the common variables and state variables at one place. To create the context, in this context folder, we will create a new file with the name shopcontext.jsx. So here we will create one variable with the name shopContext. So just add const shopContext. Here we will use the create context API. So just add create. So here we have the suggestions create context from React. So select it. So this create context has been imported from the React library. So here we have created the context variable, that is shopContext. So here we will add the export so that we can access it in any other component also. After that, here we will create one context provider function. For that, let's add const shopContextProvider equal to, and it will be one arrow function. Within this function, we will create one variable where we will add the name value. So whenever we will add any variable, state variable or function within this value object, then we can access it in any component using the context API. After that, here we will add the return statement and use this bracket, and here we will provide shopContext.provider, and within this tag we will add the curly braces, and from this parameter we will get the props, and here we will add props.children. With that, here we will add the value property, and here just provide this value object that we have created here. So here we have created the shopContextProvider function. Now we will export this function. So just add export default shopContextProvider function. After that, here we will add one import, and let's add products that we will get from the assets folder, assets file. So it will import all the products from the assets file. Now in this value, we will provide this products. So in this value object, we have added this products. So using the context API, we can access it in any component. With that, here we will create some variables. So just add const. Here we will add one variable with the name currency. And here we will store the $sign so that we can change the currency symbol for the entire web page. Suppose if you want to use this project for other currency and want to add any other currency symbol, then they can simply change the currency symbol from here. Like I can add the rupees symbol. So this currency symbol will be updated on complete website. So for now, I'm going to use this $sign symbol. After that, we will add one more variable that will be delivery fee. So just add const delivery fee, and here we will add 10. We will pass these data in this value object so that we can access these variables in any other component. So just add comma currency, then add comma delivery fee. After that, we will create one component with the name latest collection, and in that one we will display the latest added products. For that, in this components folder, we will create a new file, and here we will add the name latest collection.jsx. Here we will use RAFCE. So first we have to mount this component on the home page. So let's open home.jsx file. And after this hero component, we will mount this latest collection component. After that, let's come back to the latest collection. After that, let's come back to the latest collection.jsx file. And here, before this return statement, we will get the products data using the context API. So just add const curly braces products equal to, here we will use the use context hook. And in this one, we will provide our shop context. So we will select this shop context from the suggestions. So we will add this shop context, so it has been imported. Now we will open main.jsx file, and within this browser router tag, here we will create shop context provider tag. Within this tag, we will place this app component. And we have imported this shop context provider from this shop context.jsx file. Save the changes. Now after adding this, we will get the support of context API in our project, and we can use the context values in any component. Now let's come back to the latest collection.jsx file. Now this statement will work, and in this latest collection, we will get the products data. To check that whether we are getting the products data or not, here we will simply add the console log, and in this one we will provide the products. If I save the changes and open the web browser and right click, select inspect, then select console. So here we have one array, and in this array we have 52 items, that is displaying the 52 products. In each product we have the ID, category, bestseller, date, description, image, name, price, sizes, subcategory. So we will use these data to display one latest collection section where we will display the recently added products. For that, we will come back to the VS Code editor, and in this components folder, we will create one new component with the name title, and using that component, we will display the title in each component. So in this components folder, let's create a new file, and let's add the file name title.jsx. After that, we will add the RAFCE. So in the title, we will display two text. So we will get that two text using the props. So just add curly braces. First one will be text 1 and the second one will be text 2. After that, in this div, we will add the class name property. In this class name, we will provide inline flex, gap 2, item center, and margin from the bottom. After that, we will create two paragraph tag. So simply add p into 2, and in the first p tag, let's add the class name property, and here we will add the text color. So just add text gray 500. After that, here we will add the text 1 in the curly braces, and here let's add the span tag, and in this span tag we will display the text 2. So just add curly braces text 2. Now in this span tag we will add the class name property, and here we will provide text gray 700, font medium. So in this paragraph tag, we have added text 1 and text 2, and we have added the text 2 in the span tag so that we can add the different CSS properties for the text 2. Now we will use this second paragraph as a line. So let's add the class name property, and here we will provide width, then height, then background color. So we have created this title component. Let's close it, and now come back to the latest collection.jsx file. Here remove this console log. After that, in this div we will add the class name property, and here we will provide margin from the y-axis. Within this we will add one more div and just add the text center, padding Y, and text size 3XL. Now here we will use the title component that we have created. So just add opening arrow title. We will get this option from the suggestion. So just click here. So this component has been imported. Now close this tag. So in this title component, we have added text1 and text2. So we have to pass the text1 and text2 using the props. So come back to the latest collection, and here we will add text1, and here we will provide latest. After that we will add the text2, and it will be collection. If I save the changes and open the web browser, so as you can see here we have one title component where you can see the text latest collection, and after that we have one horizontal line. So we can use this title component multiple times on our project. So after that we will add one p tag, and here we will add the class name property. Here we will provide width, margin, text size, text color, and in this p tag let's paste this text. If I save the changes, so here we have a small text below this title. After this div, here we will add the logic so that in this latest collection section we can display the recently added 10 products. For that, first we have to get the 10 products from the products data. For that, we will store the 10 products from this products array in one state variable. For that, here we will add one new state variable. So just add const latest products, and the setter function name will be set latest products. Equal to use state, and initialize it with empty array. After that, whenever this component will get loaded, then from this products data we have to load the 10 products in this latest products state. For that we will use the use effect hook. In this one we will pass the arrow function, and here we will add the dependency array. That will be empty array, so that this function will be executed once when the component gets loaded. After that we will call the set latest products, and in this one we will provide the products dot slice, and here we will provide 10 product. For that we will add 0 to 10. So using this, in the latest product state we will get the 10 products. Now using this data, here we will display the product list. So to display the data, first we have to create the product item, and we will map that using this array. For that, in this components folder we will create a new component with the name product item.jsx. So let's add product item.jsx. Here we will use this RAFCE. Here we will add the product ID, then image, then name and price. And we will display these data within this div. So first, here we will get the currency value from the context. So as you can see in this context where we have the currency is equal to $, so we will get it in this product item.jsx file. So simply add const curly braces currency equal to use context, and here we will provide the shop context. So here we will get the ID, image, name, price from the props, and we'll get the currency detail from the shop context. Now we will remove this div, and here we will create the link tag. we will get this link tag from the React router DOM. So first we have to import it. So just add import curly braces link from React router DOM. After that, here we will add the to property, and here we will provide the path of the product page so that if anyone click on this product item, it will open that product page. So to send the user on the product page path, we will use the template literal. So just add backticks, and here we will add slash product path, and here we have to add the product ID. So to add the product ID, we will use the template literal. So just add $ curly braces and provide this ID so that anyone will click on this link, then it will open slash product slash the product ID. So it will navigate the user on this path. Now in this link tag, we'll add the class name property. So here we will add the text gray, cursor pointer. Within this link tag, let's add one div, and in this div, let's add the class name property, and here we will add the overflow hidden. In this div, we will create one image tag, and in this image src, we will provide the first image from this image array. So just add curly braces and image and index 0. Now in this image tag, we will add the class name property, and here we will provide hover, scale, transition, ease in out. Then we will create one p tag, and here we will display the product's name. So just add curly braces, and here we will provide this name. After that, in this p tag, we will add the class name property where we will add padding from the top, padding from the bottom, text small. After that, create another p tag, and here we will provide the price of the product. So to display the price, we will use the curly braces, currency. So it will display the currency symbol. Then we'll add another curly braces, and here we will display price. After that, in this p tag, let's add the class name property, and here we will provide text small, font medium. So we have created this component. Now using this component, we will display multiple products in the latest collection component. For that, here we will add one comment. Here we will add the comment rendering products. Here we will create one div, and in this div we will add the class name property. Here we will provide grid columns 2 for a small and above screen, grid columns 3 for medium and above screen, grids column 4, and for large and above screen, grid columns 5. Then gap of 4 and gap y. If we will open in phone view, we will get column 2. For above screen, we will get 3, 4 and 5 columns. Now we will render the products within this div. For that, here we will add the curly braces, and here we will use this latest products state. So this is one array, so here we can use the map method. In this map method, we will pass one arrow function, and here we will use this bracket. So in this parameter, we will get the individual item and index number, and here we will return the component, that is product item component that we have just created here. So in this one, you can see we have to provide the ID, image, name and price. So here we will pass the props. First we will add the key property where we will add the index number. Then we will add the ID property, and in this ID we will add item._id. After that we have to pass the image. So here we will provide item.image. After that, here we have to pass the product name. So just add item.name. After that, we have to pass the product price. So just add price. And here we will pass the item.price. So here we have provided all the props. If I save the changes and open the web browser, so here we have total 10 items. So here each image is representing one product item component where we have the image, product name and price detail. Here it is also displaying the currency symbol $. If I click on any product image, so we are at the /product page and here we have the product ID. So you can see the path /product/ID. If I click on home page, it will redirect us to the home page. Now if I click on any product image, it will open the product detail page. And now we'll add the logic on this logo so that when we click on this logo, it will take us to the home page. For that, we will come back to the navbar.jsx file. And here we have this image tag. And now we will wrap this image tag using the link tag. So here we will add link tag and close this link tag after this image tag. Now here we will add the to property and here we will add path of the home page, which is /. Save the changes, come back to the web page. Now if I click on this logo, it will take us to the home page. Now if I right click and select inspect and open this web page in phone screen. So here you can see on this home page, we can open this side menu. So in this side menu also we will add the logic so that we will get to know on which page we are. So let's come back to the VS Code editor. We will open index.css file. Here we will add the media query and in this one we will provide the maximum width. That will be 640 pixel. And here we will add the anchor tag where we have the active class name available. So for this anchor tag, we will add the property background color black and text color white. So if I save the changes and close this file and open the web browser. So now we are at the home page and here you can see the white color for this home. If I click on the contact, so we are at the contact page. And if I open the side menu, you can see this contact is highlighted. So this logic is perfectly working. So till now we have created the navigation bar, hero section and latest collection section. As we have created the latest collection section here, similarly we will create best seller section. So if I come back to the VS Code editor, in this assets.js file, here we have the products data. You can see we have added best seller property. So wherever you can see the best seller true, we will display that product only. And where you can see that false, that will be hidden. For that, here in this components folder, we will create a new file with the name bestseller.jsx. Here also we will use the RAFCE snippet. Here first we will get all the products data using the context API. So just add const curly braces products equal to use context and provide the SOP context. So SOP context and use context has been imported. Now from this data we will get those data where the best seller property is true. For that, we'll add one state variable with the name bestseller. So just add const bestseller and the setter function name is set bestseller equal to use state and initialize it with empty array. After that, we have to find the best seller products from this products data and store them in this best seller state. So for that, here we will use the use effect hook, and here we will pass one arrow function. After that, we will add the dependency array, and here first we will create one variable with the name best product. So just add const best product equal to, here we will use the products array where we will apply the filter method. In this one, we will pass the individual item, and here we will add the item, and here we will return the item dot best seller. If it is true, then this filter method will save that product in this best product. After that, here we will call the setter function, which is set best seller function. In this one, simply provide best product, and in this one we have to display only 5 products. So we will use the slice method, provide 0 to 5. So we have to execute this use effect whenever the products gets updated. So after that, we will get the best seller products in this best seller state. So now we'll display these products. For that, in this div we will add the class name property. Here we will add the margin y. Now here we will add another div. Then we will add the class name property. Here we will provide text center, text 3xl and padding y. In this we will add the title component. So use this title component. In this one, we will pass the text 1, that will be best. Then we will pass the text 2, and it will be sellers. After that, we will create one p tag. Here we will add the class name property. Here we will provide width, margin, text size, then text color. In this paragraph tag, we will add this dummy text. And after closing of this div, here we will display the best seller products. Before that, here we have to mount this best seller component on this home page, so that best seller product will be displayed here. So come back to the home.jsx, and after this latest collection, we will mount this best seller component. If I save the changes and open the web browser, so here at the bottom you can see title, best seller, and this dummy text. Now we will display the products. So to display the product, let's open bestseller.jsx file, and here we will create one div, and in this div we will add the class name property, and here we will provide grid. For different screen size, we will provide the grid columns. Then we will add the gap and gap from by. Now in this div we will use this best seller state. So we will add the curly braces. We will add best seller dot map. Here we have to pass this arrow function. After that, here we have to pass the individual item and index number. And here we will return product item component. And in this component, we will use the key property, that will be index. And here we will pass the props, that will be ID, image, name, and price. So first we will pass the ID, and here we will provide item dot underscore ID. Then we will add the name. Here we will use the item dot name. After that, we will pass the image, where we will pass the item dot image. After that, we have to pass the price, and here let's add item dot price. Now if I save the changes and open the web browser, so here we have best seller products. So this component is also working. So here we have two components, which is mobile responsive. So if I right click and select inspect, so this is how it is displayed in the desktop screen. And if I change the screen size, you can see in phone screen, it is looking like this. Now we will create one component with the name our policy. And in that policy section, we will display some policies like exchange, return, refund. So let's come back to the VS Code editor. And here we will create a new component. Here we will add the name our policy.jsx. Here we will use RAFCE. In this div, we will add the class name property. And here we will provide flex call for a small and above screen, flex row, justify around, gap 12 for a small and above screen, gap 2, text center, padding Y, text size for different screen size, then text gray. In this div, we will create one div, and in this div we will insert one image tag, and here we will use assets.exchange icon. After that we will add the class name property, and here we will provide width, margin auto, and margin bottom. After this image tag, we will create one p tag, and here we will use easy exchange policy. And in this p tag, we will add the class name property. Here we will provide font semi-bold. After this p tag, we will create another p tag, and here we will add we offer hassle-free exchange policy. Here we will add the class name property. Let's add text gray 400. Now we will mount this our policy component on the home page. So after this best seller, here we will mount our policy component. We will save this file and come back to the our policy.jsx file. Now if I open the web page, so here you can see only one policy. So now we'll create two other policy also. So just duplicate this div, just copy and paste it for 2 times. So in this second image tag, let's add the quality icon and remove this text. Here we will type 7 days return policy. Now let's update this text also. Here we will add the text. We provide 7 days free return policy. Now in the third image tag, remove this icon, and here we will use the support image. Remove this text, and here we will type the text best customer support. Now remove this text, and here we will add our text. We provide 24/7 customer support. If I save the changes and open the web browser, so now this policy section is looking good. So here we have created this component, our policy, and it is also phone responsive. So let me open this web page in a smaller screen so you can see this is how it is displayed in phone screen. Now we'll create the newsletter subscription field. So let's come back to the VS Code editor, and in this components folder we will create a new file. Here we will add the file name newsletterbox.jsx. Here we will use the RAFCE. In this div, first we will add the class name property that will be text center. Within this div, we will create one p tag, and here we will add the text. Subscribe now and get 20% off. After that, in this p tag, we will add the class name property, and here we will provide text 2XL, font medium, text color gray. Now we will mount this component on the home page. So just open home.jsx file, and after this policy, let's add newsletter box. So the newsletter box has been imported. We will save the file and close this. Now let's come back to the newsletterbox.jsx file. And if I save the changes and open the web browser, so here at the bottom you can see this text, subscribe now and get 20% off. So after this p tag, let's add one more p tag, and here we will add the class name property. Here we will provide text color gray and margin from the top. In this p tag, simply add one dummy text. After this p tag, we will create one form tag. Let me remove this action from here. And within this form tag, we will create one input field where the type will be text. In this input field, we will add the type email, and here we will add the placeholder, enter your email. After that, in this input field, we will add the class name property, and here we will provide the width, flex 1, outline none. In this input field, we will add the required attribute so that when we submit this form, it will ask you to fill this input field. After that, we will create one button tag. Its type will be submit. And here we will add the text subscribe. After that, we will add the class name property and provide this class name. Background black, text white, text size, and padding. If I save the changes and open the web browser, so right now this newsletter box is looking very wide. So in this form tag, we'll add the class name property. Let's add the width full for a small and above screen size, width 1/2, then flex, item center, gap, margin, then border and padding. Save the changes and open the web browser. Now this newsletter box is looking good. Now if I don't provide any value in this input field and click on the subscribe button, then you can see it is giving the alert, please fill out this field. After that, here we have to create one function. So before this return, we will add const on submit handler. This will be one arrow function. We will link this function with this form tag. So here let's add on submit and provide this on submit handler. After that, in this function we will get the event, and here we will provide the event dot prevent default, so that when we submit this form, then it will not reload the web page. So we have created the newsletter box. After that, we will create the footer for our front-end project. So let's come back to the VS Code editor. In this components folder, we will create a new component and provide the name footer .jsx. Here we will use RAFCE. After that, we will mount this footer component on the app.jsx file. So we will mount it after this routes tag. Here we will mount this footer tag so that this footer tag will be displayed on all the pages at the bottom. Now let's save this file and close it. Now we will design our footer component. So first in this div, we will create another div. And in this div, we will add the class name property, and here we will provide flex column. For a small and above a screen, we will use the grid columns. Then we will provide the gap, then margin, then text small. So we have used the flex and grid. Now within this div, we will create another div. And in this div, we will add the image tag. And here we will use assets.logo. After that, we will add the class name property, that will be margin bottom 5, then width. After this image tag, we will create one p tag. And in this p tag, we will add one dummy text. So we have provided this text. Now in this p tag, we will add the class name property. And here we will provide width full. For medium and above a screen size, we will change the width, then text gray. Now if I save the changes and open the web browser, so here you can see at the bottom left side, we have the logo and text. After that, we will create another div. And in this div, we will add the paragraph tag, and here we will add company. In this paragraph tag, we will add the class name property, and here we will provide text, font medium, margin from the bottom. After this p tag, we will create one UL tag. Here we will add the class name property. And here let's provide flex column, gap, text color gray. Within this UL tag, we'll create the li tags. So let's add li into 4. So it will create 4 li tags. So in the first li tag, we'll add the home. In the second one, we will add about us. In the third one, let's add delivery. In the fourth one, we will add privacy policy. If I save the changes and open the web browser, so here we have the company, and in this one we have 4 li tags. After that, here we will create another div, and in this div we will create one p tag, and here we will add get in touch. In this p tag, we will add the class name property, and here we will add the class name text XL, font medium, margin bottom. After this p tag, here we will create one UL tag. Here we will add the class name property and just copy the class name from this UL tag and paste it here. In this one, we will create 2 li tags. So simply add li into 2. So in the first li tag, let's add one phone number. So let's add +1 2 1 2 4 5 6 7 8 9 0. In the second li tag, we will add one email ID. So in this li tag, let's add any random email ID. So I'll add contact@foreveryou.com. This is the dummy email ID. Now you can see here we have the get in touch option where you can see one dummy phone number and email ID. After closing of this div, here we will create one copyright text. So here let's create one div. And in this div, we will create one HR tag. And after this HR tag, we will add one p tag. In this p tag, we will add the class name property. And in this class name, let's provide padding from Y, text size, text center. After that, here Within this p tag, we will add one text, that is copyright 2024 at forever.com, all rights reserved. If I save the changes and open the web browser, so here we have one horizontal line and this is the copyright text. So we have created the footer also. Now we have completed the UI part of our home page. If I check this web page in a smaller screen, so in the phone screen also it is looking perfect. After that, we will create the collection page where we will display all the products and create the filters. So now let's come back to the VS Code editor. We will open collection.jsx file. In this collection component, first we will get the data of all products using the context API. For that, just add const curly braces products equal to use context, and in this one we will provide the shop context. After that, in this div we will add the class name property, and here we will provide flex column, flex row, gap 1, then padding and border from top. In this div we will create the filter options. So in the left side we will create the filter, and in the right side we have to display the products. So first we will create the filters. So here let's add the comment, and here we will add the comment text, filter options. After that, here we will create one div, and in this div we will add the class name property, and here we will define the minimum width. After that, in this div we will create one p tag, and in this p tag we will add the filters. Now in this p tag we will add the class name property, and here we will provide the margin, text size, flex, item center, cursor pointer and gap. If I save the changes, here you can see this text filter. After this p tag, here we will create one category filter. So basically in this collection page there will be two type of filter. First one will be category filter and the second one will be subcategory filter. So let's add one comment, and here let's add comment text category filter. After that, here we will create one div, and in this div we will add the class name property. Here we will use the dynamic class name that will be updated using the state variable. So let me remove it, and we will add the curly braces backticks. And here we will provide the border color, padding, margin. And after that, here we will create one state variable with the name show filter. So just add const show filter. Then setter function name will be set show filter equal to use state, and initialize it with the boolean data false. After that, we will add the template literal. For that, we will use the $sign curly braces, and here we will use ternary operator. First we will check if the show filter is true. In that case, we will provide the empty string, and if it is false, then we will provide one string that is hidden. With that, here we will provide one class name for the small screen display block. So here we have added this box, And if I open this in the phone screen, that box is hidden. And we will display this whenever we will click on the filters. And this box will be always visible on the desktop screen. Now within this div, we will add one p tag, and here we will add the categories. After that, in this p tag, we will add the class name property, and here we will add margin bottom, text size, then font weight. After this p tag, we will create one div tag, and in this div we will add the class name property. Here let's provide flex column, gap, text, font light, text gray. Within this div tag, let's add one p tag. In this one, we will add the class name property, that will be flex, and gap. Within this p tag, let's add one input field. Its type will be checkbox. And here also we will add the class name property, that will be w3. After this input field, let's add the text min. And in this input field, we will add the value property, that will be one string. So here let's add min. Let me copy this paragraph tag and paste it for 2 times. Now in the second input field, we will add the value. Just add woman. And here also we will provide woman. After that, here in this value, let's update kids, and in this text also let's add kids. Let me correct the spelling here. If I save the changes and open the web browser, so here we have one category filter where you can see the checkbox. After that, we will create one more category box where we will filter the subcategory. For that, after this div tag, we will add one comment, and here let's add subcategory filter. After that, let me copy this div from here and paste it here. From here, let me remove this category text, and here we will add the type. After that, in this value, let's remove these text and remove this text also. And here in the first value, we will add top where. And here we will add the same text, top where. Here we will add the bottom where. Let's add the same text here, bottom where. In the last one, we will add the value, winter wear. And here also we will add the text, winter wear. If I save the changes and open the web browser, so here we have one more filter. After that, let me remove this margin top, and here we will provide margin Y5. We will save the changes. Now in this p tag, after this filters text, let's add one image tag, and in this image tag we will use assets dot drop down icon, and in this image tag we will add the class name property, and here we will use one dynamic class name. So let's add the curly braces, backticks, and here we will add the height. For a smaller screen and above screen size, it will be hidden. and here we will add the $ curly braces. Here we will check if the show filter is true. In that case, we will add the class name that will be rotate 90. And if it is false, simply we will provide one empty string. If I save the changes and open the web browser, so right now here we don't have any icon, and if I open this web page in a smaller screen, so here you can see one arrow icon and all the filters are hidden. Now let me make it true and save the changes. So here you can see the filters are visible and this arrow icon is pointed downwards. Now let's make it false. And here we will add the logic so that when we are on the phone screen and click on this filters, then it will display the filter options. For that, here we have this p tag. So on this one, we will add the onClick property, and here we will pass one arrow function. Here we will call the setShowFilter function and simply provide not showFilter. So it means the show filter is true, then it will make it false, and if it is false, then it will make it true. If I save the changes and open the web browser, if I click here, so it will display the filters option. If I click again, it will hide the filter options. So this show filter, hide and display feature is working on mobile screen only. And if I open this web page in desktop view, then this filter will be displayed by default. We cannot hide this. Now let's come back to the VS Code editor again. And here, after this div, we will create the UI for the right side. So let's add one comment, and here let's add the comment text, right side. After that, here we will create one div, and in this one, we will add the class name property, and here we will provide flex1. Within this div, we will create another div, and here we will add the class name property, and here we will provide flex justify between text base, text 2XL for a small screen and above, then margin bottom. In this div, we will use the title component. So just add title. And in this component, we will add text1, that will be all. And then we will pass the text2. Here let's add the text collections. If I save the changes and open the web browser, so here you can see this text all collections. After that, in the right side, we will display one sort feature like price low to high, high to low, or relevant. So within this div, here let's add one comment, and here we will add product sort. After that, we will create one select tag. Let me remove this name and ID property. And here we will add the class name property. So here let's add the class name border, border gray, text small, and padding. In this select tag, we will create 3 option tag. So let's add option into 3. So in the first one, we will add the value equal to relevant. In the second option tag, in the value we will add low high, and in the third one we will add high low. And in this option tag, we will add the text sort by relevant. In the second one, we will add sort by low to high. And in the third one, we will add sort by high to low. If I save the changes and open the web browser, so here we have the select tag where we can select different options. After that, we will display all the products here. For that, after this div, here we will create one comment. So let's add the comment text, map products. After that, we will create one div, and within this div, we will add the class name property. Here we will provide grid columns, and we will provide the grid columns for different screen size. Then we will provide gap y. So here we have provided the different grid column for different screen size. After that, here we will map all the products. So before mapping all the products, here we have to create one state variable. So we will add the state variable name filter products. So just add const filter products. Then we will add the setter function name, that will be set filter products equal to use state, and initialize it with empty array. After that, here we will create one use effect. In this one, we will pass one arrow function, and here we will add the dependency array. So whenever this component will get loaded, then this function will be executed. So here we'll add set filter products, and in this one we'll add all the products. So we have added this products in this setter function set filter products. After that, let's scroll down, and within this div we will add the curly braces, and let's provide this filter products dot map method. Here we will pass one arrow function, and here we will pass the individual item and index number. With that, here we have to mount one product item component that we have created here, and here we will add the key property, that will be index. After that, we have to provide the ID, name, price and image. For that, here we will add the name equal to item dot name. Similarly, we will add the ID equal to item dot underscore ID. After that, we will pass price and provide the item dot price. Then we will pass the image, and here we will provide item dot image. If I save the changes and open the web browser, so here it is displaying all the products. So in the assets file, we have total 52 items. So you can see all the 52 products are displayed. Now we will add the logic on these filters. For that, let's come back to the VS Code editor. Here we will create some state variables. So first, let's add const, and the state variable name will be category. Setter function name will be set category. equal to use state, and initialize it with empty array. After that, let's add another state variable. So let's add const subcategory. Setter function name will be set subcategory. Equal to use state and initialize it with empty array. After that, we will create two arrow function. Using that, we can add the data in this category. Suppose we have selected two categories, then these data will be added in this category state. And if I click on these type filter, so these data will be saved in this subcategory. For that, we will create toggle functions. So just add const toggle category, and it will be one arrow function. Here we will add one if statement, and here we will take the event. In this if statement, we will check like if we have selected the main category and the main category is already available in this category state. In that case, from that array, we will remove that entry. And if it is not available in that array, then we will add that. So just add category dot includes, then provide e dot target dot value. So if it is true that category is already available in this category state, in that case we have to filter out that category. So just add set category. Here we will get the previous categories, and in this previous array we will use the filter method, and here we will pass the individual item, and we will check if this item is not equal to e.target.value. In that case, we will store those categories, and if it is matching, then that category will be removed from the category array. After that, we will add the else statement, and here we will provide set category. So here, if condition is false, it means that category is not available in this category array. So in that case, we have to insert that. So just add previous array, and here we will use the spread operator to add the new entry in the array. So just add the array triple dot previous and add the comma, then e.target.value. So it will add that category. After that, we will scroll down in this category filter, and here we have the input tags. So here let's add onChange property, and here simply provide toggle category function. Now we will check this logic. For that, here we will add one more use effect. We will pass the arrow function. Here we will add the dependency array, and in this array we will add the category, and here we will log the category array. If I save the changes and open the web browser and open this console, let's select this console. Right now, it is displaying one array where you can see 0 element, and if I click on main, then in this array we have one entry main. If I click on woman, so now in this array we have two entries, main and woman. If I click on kids. So now we have 3 elements in this array, and if I uncheck this one, then men has been removed. If I uncheck the woman, then woman has been removed from this array. Now we have created one array with the name category, and in that category you can see we can store the category which we have selected in the filter, and using this category we can filter our product. Similarly, we will add one more toggle function for this subcategory. So let's come back to the VS Code editor, and here we will add one more arrow function with the name toggle subcategory. It is also one arrow function. Here we will use the same logic. So let's add one if statement. In the condition, we will check if the subcategory dot includes e.target.value. In that case, we will remove that value. So just add set subcategory, and let me copy this code from here and paste it here. After that, we will add the else statement. Here we will use set subcategory, and here we will use this same logic and paste it here. After that, we have to link this toggle subcategory in this subcategory filter. So here we have the subcategory filter. So in these input field, let's add the onChange property, and in all 3 onChange we will add the toggle subcategory function. Now in this use effect, let me remove this category and log the subcategory, and in this dependency array also we will add subcategory. If I save the changes and open the web browser, then open the console tab, we will reload the web page. So right now we have the empty array, and if I select the top where, so here we are getting one error, E is not defined. So let me check. Here we have to pass the event in the parameter. Now reload the web page. So right now you can see empty array, and now if I click on the top where, so you can see the top where has been added in the array. If I click on bottom where, the bottom where has been added. If I click on winter where, then all 3 has been added. If I uncheck this one, then it will be removed from the array. So this logic is perfectly working. Now let me remove this use effect that we have used to display the console log. Now we will use this category and subcategory state to create one filter. For that, here we will create one arrow function with the name apply filter. So just add const apply filter, and it will be one arrow function. In this function, first we will create the copy of all the products. So just add let products copy equal to, here we will use the products dot slice method. Using this, it will create one copy of the products array in this variable. After that, we will add one if statement, and here we will check if our category dot length is greater than 0. It means we have selected any category, and that category is added in the category state. In that case, we have to use this products copy, and in this one we have to provide products copy dot filter method. Here we will pass the invisible item, and here we will check if the category that we have created, in that one this product category is available. In that case, we will save that product, else we will remove that product. For that, just add item.category. After that, we have to run this function whenever the category array or subcategory array will get updated. For that, here we will create one use effect. In this one, we will pass one arrow function. And here we will add the dependency array. And in this array, we will provide the category and subcategory state. So whenever any of these will get updated, then it will execute this function. And here we will call this apply filter function. After that, here we have added the filter product. We have to save this in our filter products array. So here let's add set filter products, and in this one we will provide this products copy. If I save the changes and open the web browser, so here we have selected the main category. So now you can see only main item is displayed. If I uncheck this one, then it will display all the product items. And if I click on kids, so now you can see only kids product is displayed. Similarly, if I click on women, so now only women products is displayed. And if I want women plus kids, then we have selected women and kids, then these mixed products is displayed that includes the women and kids category. So this logic is perfectly working. After that, we will add the logic for this subcategory selection. So here let's add one more if statement, and here we will check if our subcategory dot length is greater than 0. It means we have selected any subcategory in the filter. So in that case, we have to filter the product. So just add products copy equal to products copy dot filter method, and we will pass the individual item, and here we will return subcategory dot includes method, and here we will provide item dot subcategory. If I save the changes and open the web browser, so if I click on the bottom wear, so now only bottom wears are displayed. If I click on top wears, then only top wear products is displayed, and if I click on winter wears, then only winter wear products are displayed. So this filter feature is perfectly working. If I select kids and select the bottom wear, so you can see the bottom wear for the kids. If I select the men bottom wear, so now we will see the men's bottom wear product. So this filter is perfectly working. After that, now we can remove this use effect where we are setting the products after reloading the web page. So let me remove this because we have added this logic in this function. Suppose we have not selected any filter and the page is loading for the first time, then this copy will be created and it will be stored using this set filter products. If I save the changes, now you can see all the products are getting displayed and this filter is also working. After that, we will create the feature for this sort by option, so that when we select the low to high, then all products will be sorted by the price. For that, here we will create one arrow function with the name sort product. This will be one arrow function. So let's create the arrow function here. Here we will create one copy for the filter product. So here in this apply filter function, we have created the product copy of all the product, but here we will create the copy of filter product. Suppose we have selected any category and we have applied the filter, then using that filter we can use the sort feature. For that, here we will create one copy of the filter product. So just add let filter product copy equal to filter products dot slice method. So it will create one copy of this filter products. After that, we'll create one switch case. And here we will provide sort type. So here, when we have created this select menu, here we have different options where we have the value relevant low to high, high to low. So here we have 3 values. So we'll use this to create the cases in this switch case. So in the first case, we will add low, high. Here we will add the set filter products. And here we will provide filter product copy dot sort method. And here we will pass this arrow function. And here we will pass 2 parameters. And here we will compare a dot price minus b dot price. So our filter product array will be sorted using the price. After that, we will add the break statement. After that, we will create another case. This will be high to low. Here we will call the set filter products. Here we will use the filter product copy dot sort method. Here also we will pass one arrow function. After that, here we will add a and b. And here we have used a dot price minus b dot price. And here we will add the reverse b dot price minus a dot price. So using that, our product will be filtered as price high to low. After that, we will add the break statement. After that, here we will define the default case where we will simply call the apply filter function. Here also we will add the break statement. So here we have added the logic for the sort product. After that, we will create one state variable with the name sort type. So just add const sort type. Setter function name will be set sort type equal to use state, and we will initialize it using relevant. After that, we will use this set sort type function and add it here on this select tag, so that when we will change it, then it will update the sort type state variable. So just add the onChange property, and here we will pass the arrow function, and in this parameter we will get the event, and here we will call the set sort type, and here we will provide e.target.value. Now this function is perfectly ready, and in this function we have added the sort type state variable, so that when we change the menu from the select box, then this sort type will be changed. After that, we have to run one use effect. So here we'll create another use effect, and here let's add this arrow function, and here let's add the dependency array, and in this one we will add the sort type. So whenever we will change the sort type, then this function will be executed, and here we will call sort product function. If I save the changes and open the web browser, reload the web page, Now all the products are displayed randomly. If I click here and select high to low, then all the products are displayed based on price. So you can see $350, then $340, then $330, $320. And if I click on low to high, now it is displaying $100 products, 110, 120, 130, 140, like that. So this sort feature is perfectly working. If I click on relevant, now again it will display the products randomly. So now we have added the logic for this product filter, and we have also created the product sort feature. Now our collection page is ready. After that, we will add the logic for this search feature, so that when we click on this search icon, it will open this collection page, and here we will get one search bar. For that, we will come back to the VS Code editor. Now we will open shopcontext.jsx file, and here we will create two state variables. That's name will be search and so search. So here let's add const search. Setter function name will be set search equal to use state and initialize it with empty string. Here we will create one more state variable with the name so search. Here we will add set so search equal to use state and initialize it with boolean data true. So when this will be true, then we will display the search bar, and if it is false, then we will hide the search bar. So for now we have added it as true. After that, we have to pass these state variable and setter function in this value object so that we can access it in any component. So here let's add search, set search, so search, set so search. After that, we will save this file. Now in this components folder, we will create a new file, and we will add the file name searchbar.jsx. Here we will use RAFCE snippet. Here first we will get the search, set search, so search, set so search variables from the context API. So here let's add const curly braces search, set search, so search and set so search equal to use context, and here we will provide the shop context. So in this component we will get the search, set search, so search, set so search. Now we will mount this component in this app.jsx file. So after this navbar, here we will add the search bar component. We will save the changes. Now come back to the searchbar.jsx file. And here, just after this return statement, we will use the ternary operator. When this so search will be true, then only we will return this div. If it is false, then we will return null. For that, let's add so search question mark. And here we will add the colon null. So this search bar will be true, then only this div will be displayed. If it is false, then it will return null. After that, in this div, we will add the class name property, and here we will provide border top, then border bottom, then background color, then text center. Within this div, we will create another div, and here we will add the class name property. Here we will provide inline flex, item center, justify center, then border, and then border color, then padding from the X and padding from the Y. and margin from Y and margin from X, then border radius, then width. After that, in this div we will create one input field. The input field type will be text, and here we will add the placeholder, and let's add the text search. Now on this input field we will add the class name property, and let's add some classes: flex1, outline none, then background inherit, text small. We will save this input field data in this state, which is search, that we have created in the context file. So here we will add the value property, that will be search. Then we will add the onChange property. Here we will pass one arrow function. In this one we will get the event, and here we will call the setter function setSearch, and here we will provide e.target.value. So after this input field we will add the image tag, and in this image src we will use assets.searchIcon. After that, in this image tag we will add the class name property, that will be width. After this div we will add another image tag. Here we will use assets.crossIcon. In this image tag we will add the class name property, and here we will provide inline, width and cursor pointer. With that, here we will add the onClick property, and here we will pass this arrow function, and here we will call the setShowSearch function, and in this one just provide false. So if I save the changes and open the web browser, here we have one search bar, and if I click on this cross icon, this search bar will be removed. If I reload the web page, again you can see this search bar by default, because in this context you can see we have added true. So now we will add the logic so that when we click on this search icon, then this search bar will be displayed, else this search bar will be hidden. For that, first we will make it false. So search will be false. Now open navbar.jsx file. Here we have to get the setShow function from the context file. So just add const setShowSearch equal to use context, and in this one just provide shop context. Now in this image tag where you can see we have added the search icon, here let's add the onClick property and provide one arrow function, and just call the setShowSearch function, and we will make it true. So if I save the changes and open the web browser, by default the search bar is hidden, and if I click on this search icon, then this search bar is visible, and if I click on this cross icon, this will be hidden. Now let's close this navbar.jsx file and come back to the searchbar.jsx file. Here if I come to home page and if I click on this search icon, right now this search bar is visible on home page and other pages also, right? So now we will add the logic so that this search bar will be visible on the collection page, and if I go to other page then it will be hidden. For that, here we will use location hook. So just add const location equal to use location. After that, here we will add one use effect. In this one we will pass one arrow function. Here we will add the dependency array, and in this array we will add this location. Now if I add the console log and provide this location dot path name, save the changes, click on inspect, go to console, so you can see /collection, and if I go to home page you can see the path /, then if I go to about you can see the path /about. If I go to contact, then you can see the path /contact. So using this use location hook, we can get the path of the URL. Using this we will add the logic so that when we are on the collection page, then only this search bar will be displayed, else it will be hidden. So let me remove this console log. Here we will add one if statement, and here let's add the condition location dot path name dot includes, and here we will add the text collection, and with that we will add the so search. If these both conditions are true, in that case we will display this search bar, else it will be hidden. For that, here let's add one more state variable, so just add const visible set visible equal to use state and initialize it with false. If this condition is true, then we will make this visible true, so just add set visible true, and here we will add the else statement, and here we will add this set visible false. So we have added this logic. After that, with this so search we will add the visible state. Now when this both state will be true, then only this search bar will be visible, else it will be hidden. Now if I save the changes and open the web page, and now you can see this search bar is visible on the collection page. If I go to home page, that search bar is hidden, and if I come back to the collection page, again this search bar is visible. If I click on this cross icon, it will be hidden. If I come back to the collection again, still it is hidden. If I click on this search icon, it should display the search bar, but here we have one issue. So let me reload this web page and click on this search icon. It is not opening the search bar. So here we have made some mistake. So here we have added AND operator and so search. Just remove it. And now let me save the changes and come back to the web browser. Here the search bar is displayed, and if I close this, it will be hidden. If I click on the search icon, again it will be visible. And if I reload the web page and click on the search icon, so you can see it is visible. So this logic is perfectly working. After that, we have to add the logic so that if I type something in this search bar, then it will display the product related to the particular search query. For that, we will come back to the VS Code editor. Now our search bar component is ready, so let me close this, and we will come back to the collection.jsx file. Here we will get the search from the context API, and we will also get the so search. So we have received this both state, and using these state we will filter this product based on this search query. For that, in this apply filter function, here we will add the another if statement, and here we will check if the so search is true, and with that in the search we have any text available. In that case, we will use this search to filter the product. So just add products copy equal to products copy dot filter method, and here we will add the individual item, and here we will use the item dot name dot, then we will add the two lowercase. After that, we will use the dot includes, and in this one we will provide the search dot to lowercase. So here we are making the product name in lowercase, and we are making the search query also in the lowercase. And after that we are searching if this search query is available in any product name, then that product will be filtered. Now save the changes, and after that here in this use effect, let's add search and show search in this dependency array. So whenever the search will be changed, then this apply filter function will be executed. If the show search will become true or false, then also this apply filter will be executed. So this apply filter will filter the category based on the category, subcategory or search query. So now come back to the web browser. Let me reload the web page. Let's open the search bar. And now if I type something in this search bar like fit, you can see in all the product where you can see the fit keyword, it is displaying that particular product only, right? If I clear the search box, then it will again display all products. Here if I type trouser, so again you can see products related to trouser. Here if I type kid, you can see the product where you can see the kid keyword in the title. So this search functionality is also working fine. Here if I open any product, then you can see the product path. It is opening product/product ID. Now we will design this product page so that we can display the product from this product ID. We will find that product and display that product on this page. For that we will come back to the VS Code editor and we will open product.jsx file. Here first we will get this product ID. For that here we will type const curly braces and here we will add the product ID equal to use params. Using this hook we will get this product ID. As we have already added this route, in this route you can see we have added colon product ID, right? This is the parameter. So if we have added the product ID here, so we have to use the same text here, which is product ID. So it will get the product ID from the URL. So to check that whether we are getting the product ID or not, we will add the console log and provide product ID. Save the changes and open the web browser. Click on inspect, go to console. So here we are getting the product ID from this URL. If I go to collection and open any other product, so you can see another product ID here in the console. So in this variable we are getting the product ID. After that, using this product ID, we will display the product from our product database and we will store that particular product in one state variable. For that, first we will get all the product data from the context. So just add const curly braces products equal to use context and here just provide the shop context. So here we have the products data. After that we will create one state variable with the name product data. Then we will add the setter function name set product data equal to use state and initialize it with boolean data false. After that, here we will create one function with the name fetch product data. So just add const fetch product data equal to, it will be one async arrow function. After that, we will run this function when this component will get loaded. For that, we will use the use effect hook. Here we will pass one arrow function, and here we will add the dependency array. After that, here we will call the fetch product data function. And in this array, just provide the product ID. So whenever the product ID will be updated, we will get the product data and we will store that product data in this state variable. To store the product data in this state variable, we have to find the product. For that, we will use the products, that is the all product. In this one, we'll add the .map method, and here we will pass one arrow function. In this parameter, we will add the individual item, and here we will use one if statement, and here we will check if our item dot underscore ID is equal to our product ID. It means we have to set that product in this product data state. For that, we will add set product data, and here we will provide this item. After that, we will return null, so that it will stop executing this function. Here, let's add one console log to check whether we are getting the data or not. So here, let's add console log item, save the changes. And if I reload the web page, so for this product ID, you can see here we are getting the product details. So this is one object where we have the bestseller property, category property, date, description, image array, name, price, sizes, subcategory, and ID. Now using these data, we will display that product here. So first, here let's add another state variable with the name image, and setter function name will be setImage equal to use state, and initialize it with empty string. So whenever we will find any product, then we will store their first image in this image state. So let me remove this console log, and here we will call the setImage function, and here we will provide item dot image index 0. So now we have the product data and image. Now we will come here in this return statement, and here we will use one ternary operator, and here we will add product data question mark, and here we will add the colon. Let's add another div, and in this div we will add the class name property that will be opacity 0. So whenever this component will be loaded, then using the product ID, we will find the particular product. Then we will save that product in this state variable product data. Suppose we could not find the product, or our product data is not saved in this product data state. In that case, we will not display this div. We will display this another div where you can see the opacity 0. And if we are getting the product data, then we will return this div. So now we will create the UI for the product page. So first in this div, let's add the class name property. And here we will provide border top, padding top, transition, opacity, then transition duration, then opacity. And within this div, we will add another div. In this div, we will display the product images and we will display the product data. So in this div, we will add the class name property. Here we will provide flex, then gap, then flex call and flex row for a small and above screen size. Before this div, we will add one comment, and let's add one comment, product data, and within this div, we will create one comment, and here let's add product images. Here we will create one div, and in this div we will add the class name property. So here let's provide flex 1, flex column reverse, then gap, and for a small and above a screen we will add flex row. Within this div, we will create another div. Here also we will add the class name property, and here we will provide flex column, overflow, x auto, justify between, justify normal, then width. Here we have provided the flex, and for a small and above a screen we will use flex column. So within this div we will display the product images. As you can see, in this image array we have only one image. So let me come back and open any other product. Here we have to display the product data in console log. So just add console.log item, save the changes. So for this product, you can see we have 4 images in this array. So now we will display these images in the left side, and then we will display the main image here. And whenever we will click on any small image, then it will update the main image. So here within this div, let's add curly braces, and here we will use product data dot image, and in this one we will use the dot map method. In this map we will pass the arrow function, and here we will pass the individual item and index number. After that, here we will return one image tag. In this src we will use the item, and here we will add the key property that will be index, and with that we will add the class name property, and here we will provide width, margin bottom, flex shrink, cursor pointer. If I save the changes and open the web browser, so here in the left side we have 4 images that is coming from this image array. If I go to other product where we have only one image, so you can see only one image. If I open any other product where we have 4 images, then you can see the 4 images. After this div, here we will create another div, and in this div we will add the class name property that will be widthful. For a small and above a screen size, we will provide width 80%. After that, within this div we will insert one image tag, and here we will provide image state that we have created here, where we have added the product's first image. After that, in this image tag we will add the class name property, and here we will add widthful, height auto. If I save the changes and open the web browser, so in the left side we have 4 images, and here we have the first image. After that, in this image tag we will add the onClick property, and here we will call the set image function, and in this one just provide the item. If I save the changes and open the web browser, now if I click on any other image, so you can see that a small image will be displayed at the main image position. So this logic is perfectly working. So after this div, here we will display the product information. So just add the comment, and here let's add the comment text. Product info. Here let me add some dash so that it will be clearly visible. And after this comment, we will add one div, and in this div we will add the class name property that will be flex1. Within this div we will create one h1 tag, and in this h1 tag we will display the product's name. So just add the curly braces, product data dot name property. Here let's add the class name property, and here we will provide font medium, text size, then margin top, save the changes and open the web browser. So here we have the text, that is the product title. After this h1 tag, here we will create another div, and in this div we will add the class name property, and here we will provide flex, item center, gap of 1, and margin top. In this div we will create 5 image tags. So let's add image into 5, and for all 5 images we will add the class name, that is width 3.5. Let me move it in the new line. Now in these images tag we will add the src. So let's add the curly braces, and here we will use the assets dot star icon. If I save the changes, now here you can see the 5 stars. Now in the last one we will provide the assets dot star dull icon. Now if I save the changes, now you can see the last one is dull. After that we will add the paragraph tag, and here we will add the number, that will be 122, and here in this p tag we will add the class name property, and let's add padding left and save the changes. So here we have this text. After this div we will create one p tag, and in this paragraph tag we will display the currency and price. So we will get the currency data from the context. So after this products we will add comma and currency. So now in this p tag we will add the curly braces, currency. Here we will add another curly braces, and here we will provide product data dot price. In this paragraph tag we will add the class name property, and here we will provide margin top, text size, font medium. If I save the changes and open the web browser, so here we have the currency symbol and price. After that, here we will create another p tag, and here we will display the product description. For that, here we will add the curly braces, product data dot description. In this p tag also we will add the class name property, and here we will provide margin top, text gray, width 4x5. If I save the changes, so here you can see this description. So here one scroll bar is there, so we have to hide this scroll bar. So to hide this scroll bar, we will come back to the index.css file, and here before this media query we will add WebKit a scroll bar and just provide display none. If I save the changes and open the web browser, now this scroll bar is hidden and now these images are aligned perfectly. Now let me close this file, and after this paragraph tag, here we will create one div, and on this div we will add the class name property, and here we will provide flex column gap 4, then margin from y-axis. Within this div we will create the product size. So let's add the p tag, and here we will add the text select size. After that, here we will create another div, and in this div we will add the class name property that will be flex and gap 2. After that, here we will use the sizes from this product data. So in this sizes array, you can see we have multiple size like medium, large, extra large. So we will display these sizes here. For that, here we will add the curly braces product data dot sizes dot map method. Sizes is one array, so you can use the map method. In this map, we will add this arrow function. Here we will pass the individual item and index number. After that, here we will return one button tag. So in this button tag, we will add the key property that will be index number. And with that, we will add the curly braces. And here we will display the button text that will be item. So if I save the changes, so here you can see different sizes, medium, large, extra large. So you can see the same data here. Now here we will add the class name property. For this button tag, we will add the dynamic class. So let's add the curly braces backticks. And here we will add this class name border, padding y, padding x, then background color. If I save the changes, so you can see these sizes buttons are looking good. Now we will add the logic so that if I select any of these size, then that selected size will be highlighted, and here we will display some border. For that, first we will create one state variable. So here let's add the const, and the state variable name will be size. Setter function name will be set size equal to use state, and initialize it with empty string. After that, scroll down, and on this button tag we will add the onClick property, and here we will call the set size function, and here we will provide this item that we will get from this parameter. And with that, in this class name we will add the $sign curly braces, and here we will use the ternary operator. So here we will check if our item is equal to our size. If this condition is true, in that case we will add the class name that will be border orange 500. And if this condition is false, then we will add the colon and simply provide empty string. Now if I save the changes and open the web browser, so if I select this medium size, so it will be selected. If I click on Excel, so this Excel is selected. So this logic is also working. So after this div, here we will create one button tag, And within this button tag, we'll add the text add to cart. And for this button tag, we'll add the class name property, and let's add the class name background black, text white, padding X, padding Y, text small, active background color, and we will save this. Now if I open the web browser, so here we have this add to cart button. Now if I click here, it will display some effect that we have added using this active background color. After this button tag, here we will create one HR tag. And in this HR tag, we will add the class name property that will be margin top. And for small and above a screen, we will set the width 4 by 5. If I save the changes, here we have one horizontal line. Let me close this from here. So after this horizontal line, here we will create one div. And in this div, we will add the class name property. And here we will provide text small, text gray, margin top, flex column, and flex and gap. Within this div, we will create 3 p tags. So here we will add p into 3. So in this first p tag, let's add text 100% original product. In the second p tag, let's add cash on delivery is available on this product. In this third paragraph tag, let's add the text easy return and exchange policy within 7 days. If I save the changes and open the web browser, so here we have 3 text. So now our product data is perfectly displayed on this web page, and if I click on any small images, then the main image will be updated. So after creating this product info section, here we will create one description and review section. For that, after this div, here we will add one comment, and let's add the comment text description and review section. And here we will create one div. In this div, we will add the class name property, and here we will provide the margin top. In this div, we will create another div. In this div, we will add the class name property that will be flex. And within this div, we will create one p tag. Here we will add the class name property. Here we will provide border, padding, text small. Within this b tag, we will add the text description. After this b tag, let's add another tag which is paragraph tag, and here we will add the class name property. Here also we will use the same class name, border, padding, and text small. In this paragraph tag, we will add the text reviews. And here let's add the number 122. If I save the changes and open the web browser, and if I scroll this, so here we have description and reviews. After that, we will create one description box. For that, here after this div, we will create another div. And in this div, we will add the class name property. And here we will add flex, flex column, gap, border, padding, text small, text color gray. Within this div, we will add one p tag, and in this p tag, we will add this dummy text. After that, we will create another p tag, and here we will add some other text. So we have added 2 static text in this description box. If I save the changes and open the web browser, so here you can see both text in this description. So we have completed the description section also. After this description section, we'll create another section that will be related product, where we will display some product related to this product page. For that, let's come back to the VS Code editor. And here let's add one comment. And here let's add the text, display related products. So first, let's create one new component in this components folder. So add the file name relatedproducts.jsx. Here we will use RAFCE. After that, here we will get two props that will be category and subcategory. Here we have opened this product page. So in this related product category, we will provide this particular product category. And we will also provide the subcategory. And using this category and subcategory, we will display the related products. After that, we will get all product data from our context API. So just add const curly braces products equal to use context, and here we will provide swap context. After that, we will create one state variable with the name related. So just add const related, setter function name will be set related equal to use a state, and initialize it with empty array. After that, here we will execute the use effect, and in this one just add the arrow function, and let's add the dependency array. Within this use effect, we will add the logic so that we can filter the product using this category and subcategory. For that, first we will check if products.length is greater than 0, then only we will execute the filter. If the products.length is less than 0, then we will not display any related product. So in this array also we will add products. So whenever the products data will be updated, then this function will be executed. So here first we will create the copy of all the products. So just add let products copy equal to products dot slice. So it will create one copy of all the products. On this products copy, we will apply the filter method. For that, let's add products copy equal to products copy dot filter method. Here we will pass individual item, and here we will return category equals item dot category. If the category that we are getting from the props that is matching with the item category, then we'll keep that product, and if the category is not matching, then we will remove the other products. Now we will get the filtered product, and on this one we will add the another filter using this subcategory. So here we will add product copy equal to product copy dot filter method, and here we will pass one arrow function. Here we will pass individual item, and here we will check if our subcategory is equal to item dot subcategory. Then we will keep that product, else we will remove other products. After that we will get the filtered product. Now let me check this product data. So just add console log. In this console log we will provide products copy, and here we will use the dot slice method because we have to display only 5 products. So just add 0 and 5. Now we will mount this component in our product page. So let's open product.jsx file, and after this comment just add related products. Here we have to pass the props, that is category. In this category we will pass the product data dot category. After that we will pass the second props, that is subcategory, that is product data dot subcategory. If I save the changes and open the web browser, and let's open the inspect and console, reload this web page. So here we don't have any console log, so let me check. Let's come back to the related products.jsx file. Here we have added length, so let me correct this spelling. Products.length. Correct the spelling and reload the web page. Now here we have one array where you can see 5 products. If I open the first product, here you can see category is from the main category. So this category is matching from this main product. If we have opened the top wear, then all the 5 products you can see top wear subcategory. So this logic is perfectly working. So we are getting the related product in one array related to this main product category and subcategory. Now let me remove this console log, and here we will call the set related function, so that this product data will be stored in this related state. After that we will use this data to map the product here. So on this div, let me add the class name property, and here we will provide margin y. Within this div we will create another div, and here we will add the class name property, and here we will provide text center, text 3xl, padding y. Within this div we will add the title component, and here we will pass the text1, that is related. Then we will pass the text2, that will be products. After this div, here we will create another div, and here we will add the class name property, and here we will provide grid columns 2. Then we'll add the grid columns for different screen size. So we have added grid columns 3, 4, 5, then gap and gap from y. Within this div we will add the curly braces, and here we will use the related state, that is one array, and on this one we can use the dot map method. In this map method we will pass the arrow function, and in this parameter we will get the individual item and index number. After that here we will return product item, and in this product item component we will add the key property, that will be index. After that here we have to pass the ID, name, image and price. So first we will pass the ID. For that just add item dot underscore ID. After that we will pass the name. So here we will add item dot name. After that we will provide the price. It will be item dot price. After that we will pass the image. So here we will provide item dot image. If I save the changes and open the web browser, scroll down. So here we have the related products, and here we have total 5 products. If I go to home page and open any other product like this, so this is one of the kids category product, and in the related product you can see all the products from the kids category. If I come back and open any other product, so you can see it is from the men category and trouser subcategory. So you can see the related product here, right? So you can see 4 products here because we have only 4 products related to this one. Suppose we have 5 products available in the data, then all 5 products will be displayed here. Now we have successfully created this product page where we have the product gallery, and if I click on small images, it will update the main image. And in the right side we have the product details like product name, price, description, sizes, add to cart button, and some other text. Then we have the description box. Then we have the related products. Now our product page is completely ready. After that, we will add the functionality so that when we click on this add to cart button, then this product data will be added in the context file in one state variable so that we can use that data to create our cart page. To create the add to cart functionality, let's come back to the VS Code editor and we will open context file, which is shopcontext.jsx file. After that, here we will create one state variable with the name cart items. So just add const cart items. Then setter function name will be set cart items equal to use state, and we will initialize it with empty object. After that, here we will create one arrow function with the name add to cart. So let's add const add to cart equal to, so it will be one async arrow function. In this function, we'll create the logic so that when we select any product and select the size, then we can add that product in the cart. For that, first from the parameter, we will get the item ID and we will also get the product size. After that, here we will create the copy of this cart items. So just add let cart data equal to, since it is one object, so to create one copy of this object, let's add a structured clone, and in this one just provide cart items. So it will create one copy of this cart items and we can access it using this cart data variable. After that, here we will add one if statement and here we will add the condition. If that cart data have any property available with this item ID, in that case we will add the another if statement and here we will add the condition. If the cart data have any product with this item ID and this size, then we will increase the product entry by 1. So just add cart data, item ID, size plus equal to 1. After this if statement, here we will add the else statement. If we have one product entry but we don't have the product entry with the same size, then we will create a new entry. For that, here we will add the else statement and in this one we will add the cart data, items ID, size equal to 1. So using this in our object, it will create one new entry. where our item ID will be the key name and the size will be available in that value. After that, we will add the else statement. Here, if in this cart data we don't have any entry with this particular item ID, then we'll create a new entry. So just add cart data, item ID equal to object. Then we'll add the cart data again. Here we'll add the item ID, size equal to 1. Using this, in this object there will be new entry and we can use that for our cart page. Now we will save this cart data in this cart items state variable. For that, here we will add set cart items and here we will provide cart data. After that, we will pass the cart item and add to cart in this value object so that we can access it in any other component. So here we will add cart items. Then we will add the add to cart function. After that, here we will add the use effect so that when this cart items will be modified, then we'll add the console log. So just add use effect. Here we will pass one arrow function. Here we will add the dependency array and here just provide the cart items so that whenever the cart items will be modified, then this function will be executed. Here we will add the console log cart items. We will save the changes and we will come back to the product.jsx file. And after that, let's go to the top and here we will destructure the add to cart function from the context. So just add to cart and after that scroll down and come here on this button. And in this button tag, that is add to cart, here we will add the on click property and here we will pass one arrow function. After that, here we will call the add to cart function and in this one we have to send our parameters, that will be item ID and size. For that, here we will provide product data dot underscore ID and with that we will send the size and we will get the size from the state variable that we have created here. Now if I save the changes and open the web browser and we will open the console tab. Let me reload the web page. So here this product data is coming from the another console log. So it is here. Let me remove it. Save the changes. Reload the web page. So right now here we have the cart items, that is empty object. If I click on this medium size and click on the add to cart, then here we have a new entry where you can see product ID, and if I expand this product ID where we have the object. So in this object we have the medium size quantity 1. Now if I click on this add to cart again, now you can see here we have the medium size and quantity 2. Similarly, if I select the Excel and click on the add to cart, so now you can see here we have medium size 2 and Excel size we have 1 quantity. So this logic is perfectly working. If I come back to the home screen and open another product, click on the size, click on the add to cart button. Now you can see in this object we have 2 entry. So you can see this product ID, and in this product ID we have the product size and quantity. We have selected the small, so you can see for this small we have 1 quantity. So this add to cart functionality is perfectly working. After that, we will create the logic so that when we have not selected any size and click on the add to cart button, then that product will not be added in the cart. And with that, user will get one notification that please select the product size. So here we have added the product without selecting any size. So here you can see one new entry has been created, right? So we have to prevent this data to be created without the size. For that we will use the React Toastify. Let me search React Toastify, open this one. Here, while installing the project, we have already installed this package. So now we'll set up this. So just copy this 2 lines and we will open app.jsx file, and in this file just paste this import statement. After that, within this div, here let's add toast container, and we have added this toast container tag. Now using this toast container, we can use the toast notification in our React project. After that, let's come back to the web page, and here we will add the toast notification whenever we have not selected any size and click on the add to cart button. So let's come back to the shop context.jsx file, and here in this add to cart function, here we will add the if statement, and let's add the condition if not size. It means the size data is not available. In this case, this block will be executed. So here we will display one toast notification. For that, we will use this toast function that we will get from the React Toastify package. So you can see this toast has been imported. After that, we will add the dot. Then we will add the toast type, that is error. And here we will add the message. Select product size. After that, here we have to stop the execution of this function. So just add return. Now if I save the changes and open the web browser, and here we have not selected any size and click on the add to cart button. So here you can see we have the notification select product size. So this logic is perfectly working. After that, we'll add the logic so that when we add any product in the cart, then the number of quantity will be displayed on this cart icon. Here you can see we have added the static number, that is 10. So we will change it dynamically whenever we will add the product in the cart. For that, let's come back to the VS Code editor. And after this add to cart function, here we will create one function with the name get cart count. So let me remove this use effect, and here we will add const get cart count equal to, and it will be one arrow function. After that, here we will create one variable with the name total count. So just add let total count equal to 0. After that, here we will use the for in loop on this cart items state. For that, just add for. Here let's add const items in cart items. Within this for in loop, we will add another for in loop. So just add for. Here let's add item in cart items. Here we have to add the const. So here we are using two for in loop. So first we will help us to iterate the items, and in the second for loop, it will iterate the product size. After that, we will add the try catch block, and here we will add one if statement. In this one, we will add the condition that will be if our cart items, and here we will add the item is greater than 0. It means in the cart item, we have the product with the particular size. So in that case, we will increase the count. For that, here we'll add total count plus equal to cart items. Here we will provide items and here we will provide item, so that we'll get the total count of that product with particular size. After that, here after this for loop, here we will add the return and here we will provide total count. So we have created this logic to get the total count of the cart items. After that, we will add this get cart count function in the value object so that we can access it in any other component. So here we will add get cart count. We will save this file. Now we will open navbar.jsx file. After that, we will destructure the get cart count function from the context API. After that, we will come here in this link tag, and in this link tag we have added this p tag where you can see the number 10. So let me remove this number, and here we will add the curly braces, and here just provide get cart count function. So we will execute this function. Now if I save the changes and open the web browser, so here you can see the cart count is 0. Now if I select any product, click on the add to cart, then you can see the count 1. If I click on the button again, so you can see the count 2. If I click again, you can see the count is perfectly increasing when we click on the add to cart. If I select the different size and click on the add to cart, the count is 5. If I click again, you can see the count is 6. So this logic is perfectly working. After that, we will create our cart page where we will display the products in the cart item. We will display the quantity and size. For that, we will come back to the VS Code editor. Here we will open cart.jsx file. First, here we will get the products data, currency, cart items state from the context API. So here we will add const curly braces. Here first we will add the products data, currency and cart items state equal to use context, and here we will provide the shop context. After that, we will get the products data, currency and cart items data. After that, when we will get these data, now we will change these data in the array format where we will add the cart items data and we will add the products data in one array. For that, here we will create one state variable with the name cart data, and setter function name will be set cart data equal to use state, and we will initialize it with empty array. After that, we will run the use effect. In this one, we will pass one arrow function, and here we will add the dependency array. In this array, we will provide the cart items so that whenever our cart items will be updated, then this function will be executed. Now in this function, we will add the logic so whenever the cart page will be loaded, then the products data and cart items data will be combined together to create one array, and we will store that in this cart data state. So here we will create one variable with the name temp data. So this will be one temporary variable. That's why we have added temp data. In this one, we will assign the empty object. After that, here we will run one for in loop. So just add for const items in cart items. In this foreign loop, we will run another foreign loop. Here we will add const item in cart items item. In this foreign loop, we will get the cart items data and their quantity. We will store those data in one object and we will add that in this array. For that, we will add the if statement, and here we will check if the cart items and item quantity is greater than 0. In that case, we will add that data in this array. So just add temp data, push method, and in this one we'll add the object, and in this object we will define underscore id property that will be items. We will get this product id from this items variable. After that, we need the size. So here let's add size. Here we will store the product size. So just add item. After that, we will add the quantity property. And in this quantity property, we will store the quantity of this item related to this size. So simply add cart items, and here we will add item. So using this, we will get the quantity of this product ID for this particular size. After that, we'll console log this variable. This is temp data. So just add console.log temp data. After that, if I save the changes and open the web browser and click on the inspect, then go to console. If I reload this, so here you can see one empty array. Now if I add any product like this one, we will add different sizes of this product. And if I open the cart page, so now you can see the console log where we have the 3 products. So you can see we have total 3 entries. Here we have the product size, quantity, and product ID. So this logic is perfectly working. After that, from here we will remove this console log and we will set this temp data in the cart data. So just add set cart data, and here we have provided this temp data. After that, we will use this data to display multiple products on this cart page. For that, first in this div we will add the class name property. Here we will add border top and padding top. In this div, we will create one title where we will display the cart title. So just add one div, and in this div we will add the class name property that will be text 2xl margin bottom 3. After that, within this div we will mount the title component. In this title component, we have to provide props. So just add text 1 that will be your. Then we will add the text 2 that will be cart. If I save the changes and open the web browser, so here we have the title your cart. After that, here we will create one div. And in this div we will display our products entry. So to display the products entry, simply add the curly braces, and after that here we will add cart data. So this is one array, so we can use the .map method. Here we will pass the individual item and index number. After that, in this function, first we will find the ID And using that ID, we will find the product from this product data and we will store that in this variable. So let's add const product data equal to, here we will use the products array dot find method, and here we will provide one arrow function. In this parameter we will pass the individual product. Here we will check product dot underscore id is equal to item dot underscore id. Then that is our product and we have to save that data in this product data. So we will get that product data in this variable. After that, here we will add the return statement. And here we will use this bracket. And in this one, we will create one div. Now in this div, we will display this product data. For that, first we will add the key property. That will be index number. Then we will add the class name property, and here we will provide padding y, border top, border bottom, text color, grid columns. For a small and above a screen, we will use this grid columns. Then we'll add the item center and gap. And within this div, we will create another div. And in this div also, we will add the class name property. And here we will provide flex, items start, and gap. And within this div, we will insert one image tag. And in this image tag, we will display the product's image. So in this src, we will add curly braces and provide product data dot image array. And here we will provide the index 0. After that, in this image tag, we will add the class name property. And here we will provide the width. And for small and above screen, we will use this width. After this image tag, here let's add another div. In this div, we will add one p tag. And in this p tag, we will display the product's name. So just add the curly braces and just add the product data dot name. And in this p tag, we will add the class name property. So here we will provide text small, text large, and font medium. If I save the changes and open the web browser, so here we have added this product for all three sizes. So that's why in this cart item you can see 3 entry. Now if I add the different sizes of that product, then for different size there will be a new entry. If I reload the web page, so this data has been removed. If I open another product and click on the add to cart, then select the another product, select the size and add to cart. Now you can see 2 entries in this cart page. After that, here we will create another div, and in this div we will add the class name property, and here we will provide flex item center, gap, margin top. Within this div, we will display the product's price and size. So to display the price, let's add the p tag, where we will add the curly braces, and here we will provide currency that we got from the context API. After that, we'll display the product price. So just add curly braces, product data dot price. If I save the changes and come back to the web browser, so here we have the product's price. After that, we will create another p tag, and in that one, we will display the product size. So here we will add curly braces, item dot size. In this p tag, we will add the class name property, and here we will provide padding for different screen size. Then we'll add the border and background color. Save the changes and come back to the web page. So here we have the product image, product name, product price, and product size. After this div, here we will create one input field. In this input field, type will be number. After that, here we will add the min property, that will be 1. After that, we will add the default value, and here we will provide item dot quantity. After that, here we will add the class name property and just provide border, max width, padding. We will save the changes. Now here we have the quantity also. If I go to home page, open this product, we will select this size and add to cart for 4 times. So here you can see the quantity is 4 because we have added this product for 4 times. So this logic is perfectly working. Now let's come back to the VS Code editor, and after this input field, here we will create one image tag. And in this image tag, we will provide curly braces. And in this image src, let's add assets.bin icon. Here we will add the class name property. Here let's provide width, margin, cursor pointer. If I save the changes and open the web browser, so here we have this bin icon. Using this icon, we will add the functionality so that when we click on this bin icon, then the product will be deleted from the cart data. For that, we will come back to the VS Code editor and open shopcontext.jsx file. So here we will create one update quantity function. Using that, we can clear the cart data, or we can also modify the cart items. So just add const update quantity equal to, and it will be one async arrow function. After that, when we have created the add to cart function, here we are taking the item ID and size. So in this update quantity, we will take item ID, size, and quantity. We will get these parameters, and for this item ID, for this size, we will update the quantity. For that, first we will create the copy of this cart items. So here let's add let cart data equal to, just use the structured clone, cart items. After that, here we will add the cart data, item ID, size, and we will set it at this quantity. So our cart data will be modified, and we will save this cart data in the cart items state. So just add set cart items, and here we will provide cart data. So this logic has been created. Now here in this value object, we will add the update quantity function, and we will save the changes. Now let's open cart.jsx file. Here first we have to destructure this function from the, so we have added this function name update quantity, and here we will come to this image tag where we have added the assets.bin icon, and in this image tag we will add the onClick property, and here we will provide one arrow function, and here we will call the update quantity function. In this one we have to provide the item ID, then item size and quantity. So this icon is for removing the product from the cart data. So in this parameter, we will add the item ID, item size and quantity. So simply add item dot underscore ID. Then we will add the item dot size. And here we have to provide the quantity. So to remove this product from the cart data, simply we will provide 0. If I save the changes and open the web browser, and we will add the product in the cart. So let me select the size and add the product in the cart. We have added different sizes. Now if I click on this bin icon for this large product, so you can see that large size product has been removed from the cart. So this logic is perfectly working. After that, we will add the logic so that when we change the quantity from this input field, then the cart data will be modified. So our cart data is not getting modified because here we have increased the quantity 3, but still you can see the count is 2. So now we'll add the logic in this input field so that when we change the value of this input field, then the cart data will be updated. For that, let's come back. And in this input field, we will add the onChange property. And here we will pass one arrow function where we will pass the event. Using that, we can get the value of the input field. After that, here first we will check if our input field value is empty or 0. In that case, we will not execute the update quantity function. So just add e.target.value. Then add the triple equal to, and here we will add the empty string. And with that, we will add the OR operator and we will add e.target.value triple equal to, and here we will provide 0. So if our value is empty string or 0, in that case, we will simply return null. And if this value is available, then in that case, we will call the update quantity function. So just add update quantity. And in this one, we have to provide item._id, then item.size. Then we have to provide the quantity. So we will get the quantity from this event. So first we need the quantity in the number format, and from the input field we are getting the quantity in a string format. So for that we have to convert the string into number. For that we will use this number, and in this one we will provide the e.target.value. So we have created this feature. Now let's come back to the web browser. If I reload this web page, and here we'll add the product by selecting this size and add to cart button. Now you can see the quantity is 1. If I increase this value from this input field, you can see this quantity is increasing in the cart icon. So this logic is working fine. If I decrease it, you can see the cart item number has been decreased. And if I try to decrease it less than 1, it will not decrease it because we have added the minimum property, that is 1. So we have added the logic for the cart data so that we can display the cart data on the cart page. After that, we will add the component where we will display the total cart value. For that, let's come back to the VS Code editor, and here we will create a new component. So in this components folder, we will add the new file and write the file name carttotal.jsx. Here we will use the RAFCE snippet. In this component, we will display the total cart amount. So we'll get that from the context file. So let's open shopcontext.jsx file, and here we will create one new arrow function with the name get cart amount. So let's add const get cart amount equal to, and it will be one async arrow function. In this one we will add the logic. Using that we can find the total amount of the cart. So first we'll create one variable that will be total amount and initialize it with 0. After that, here we will run one for in loop. So just add for. Here we will add the const items in cart items. In this for in loop, we will get the product using this item ID, and we will store that in the variable. So just add let item info equal to products dot find method. Here we will pass one arrow function. In this parameter we will get the individual product, and here we will compare if our product ID is equal to this item's ID. In that case, we will store that product data in this item info variable, and using this variable we can find the product price, and we will calculate the price based on the quantity. So for that we will add one more for in loop. So just add const item in cart items items. Here we will add the try catch block, and here we will add the if statement. Here we will check if the cart items, then items, and for this item. Now in this if statement we will add the condition cart items, items, and item. If this entry is greater than 0, in that case we will calculate the product amount. So just add total amount plus equal to item info dot price into cart items items, and here we will provide item. So from here we will get the product price, and here we will get the product quantity. So by multiplying it, we will add that data in the total amount. Using that, we will get the total amount of the all product added in the cart. After that, we will add the return statement and return this total amount variable. So we have created this logic. Now after this async, we have to add this small bracket. Now we have to pass this function in this value object so that we can access this function in any other components. We will add this and save the changes. Now we will come back to the cart total.jsx file. Here we will get the currency symbol, delivery fee, and get total cart amount function using the shop context. So just add const curly braces, just add currency, delivery fee, get cart amount function equal to use context, and here we will provide shop context. Now using these three data, we will create this cart total component. So here in this div, we will add the class name property that will be w full. In this div, we will create another div, and here we will add the class name property that will be text to Excel. After that, here we will add the title component. So here we will add title, and here we have to provide the props. So just add text1 that will be cart, and here we will add the text2 that will be totals. After this div, here we will create another div, and in this div we will add the class name property, and here we will provide flex flex column, gap, margin top, text size. In this div, we will create another div. And in this div, we will add the class name property that will be flex, justify between. Within this div, we will display the subtotal and subtotal amount. So let's create two p tags. In the first p tag, we will add the text that will be subtotal. In the second paragraph tag, we will add the curly braces, and here we will add the currency. After that, we will add the space and add the curly braces, and here we will call the getCartAmount function. After that, here we will add the .00. After this div, we will add one HR tag, and after this HR tag, let's add another div. And this div will add the class name property, and here we will use the same class name. So just copy and paste it here. And after that, here we will create two paragraph tags. So just add p into 2. And in the first paragraph tag, we will add the text that is shipping fee. And after that, in the second paragraph tag, we'll add the curly braces and just add the currency. After that, just add the space and add another curly braces. And in this one, we will provide delivery fee that we are getting from the context. After that, here we will add another HR tag, and here we will create another div. And in this div, we will add the class name property, and here also we will use the same class name. So just provide flex and justify between. In this div, we will create one b tag, and in this b tag, we will add the text that is total. And after this b tag, here we will add another b tag, and in this one, we will add the curly braces, and in this one, we will add the currency. And after that, here we have to add total price. So to calculate the total price, we will get this cart amount and we will add the delivery fee. So simply add. If the cart data amount is 0, in that case, we will not add any delivery fee. Simply we will return 0. And if the cart amount is greater than 0, in that case, we will add colon get cart amount plus delivery fee. So we have created this component. Now we will mount this component on the cart page. So let's open cart.jsx file. And here, after this div, we will create another div. And in this one, we will add the class name property that will be flex, justify end, and margin y. In this div, we will create another div. And in this div, we will add the class name property, and here we will provide width full. For a small and above a screen, we will provide width 450 pixels. In this one, we will mount the component that is cart total. If I save the changes and open the web browser, if I reload the web page, here we have some error. So let me go to console tab. So to fix this issue, let me come back to the VS Code editor, and we will open this shopcontext.jsx file. And in this get cart amount function, let me remove this async. If I save the changes and open the web browser, now this issue has been resolved. Now if I open any product and click on the add to cart button by selecting the size, so here we have added total 5 quantity. So you can see 3 quantity large size and 2 quantity XL size. So total we have 5 quantity, and the price of 5 quantity is $1,000. This is displayed here, and after that we have the shipping fee $10, and in the total you can see $1,010. So this logic is perfectly working. Now if I go to home screen and reload this web page, and here if I select the different product, let's add different products in the cart. So here you can see we have 3 products. You can see the total, that is 480, and here you can see the 480. So this logic is perfectly working. So this cart total component is perfectly working. After that, here we have to add the .00 so that it will look better. For that, let's come back to the cart total.jsx file, and here we will add .00, and here also we will add .00. Now if I save the changes and open the web browser, so now this component is looking good. After that, we have completed this cart page. After that, here we will create one button that will be place order button. After clicking on that button, we will come to the new page where we will display the user's data input field, and in the right side we will display the payment methods. For that, we will come back to the VS Code editor, and here we will open cart.jsx file. And after this cart total, here let's create one div. Here we will add the class name property. Here we will add the width full, text end. In this div, we will create one button tag. And in this button tag, we will add the text proceed to checkout. After that, here we will add the class name property, and here let's provide background color, text white, text small, margin and padding. If I save the changes and open the web browser, so here you can see this button proceed to checkout. On this one, we will add the functionality so that when we click here, then we will be navigated to the place order page. For that, let's come back to the VS Code editor, and we will open shop-context.jsx file. And here we will create one instance of the use navigate hook. So just add const navigate equal to use navigate, and here we will pass this navigate in this value object. So just add comma navigate. Now we will save this file and come back to the cart.jsx file, and after that, here we will destructure this navigate function from the context, and on this button tag we will add the onClick property. In this one, we will pass the arrow function, and here we will call the navigate function. After that, here we have to provide the place order page path, that is /place order. If I save the changes and open the web browser, and if I click on this proceed to checkout button, now we are at the place order page. Now we will design this place order page. So we will open placeorder.jsx file. First, in this div we will add the class name property, and here we will provide the classes flex, flex column, flex row, justify between, gap, padding top, then min height, then border top. Within this div we will create another div, and in this one we will add the class name property. So here we will provide flex, flex column, gap, width full and maximum width. So we will display this div in the left side of our place order page. So let me add one comment here. So let me add the comment text, left side, and within this div we will create a new div. Here we will add the class name property. Here we will provide text XL, margin Y. Then we will add the title component. So just add this title component, and in this title component we have to provide the props. So we will provide text1, that will be delivery. Then we will add the text2, that is information. After this div, here we will create another div, and here we will add the class name property, that will be flex, then gap3. If I save the changes and open the web browser, so here you can see this title delivery information, and here we will create some input fields where user can enter their delivery information like name, phone number, address. So let's come back to the VS Code editor, and within this div we will create one input field. The type will be text, and from here let me remove this name and ID, and in this input field we will add the placeholder property. So here let's type first name. After that, let's add the class name property, and we will provide the classes border, border gray, rounded, padding y, padding x, and width. Let me create one copy of this input field, and here we will update the placeholder text. It will be last name. If I save the changes and open the web browser, so in the left side you can see two input fields, first name and last name. After this div, here we will copy this input field. In this input field we will add the type email, and here we will add the placeholder text, that will be email address. If I save the changes and open the web browser, so here we have a new input field for email address, and the width for this email input field is full width. Similarly, we will create other input field here, so just copy and paste it here, and here we will add the type text, and we will update the placeholder, and here let's provide placeholder text a street. So in this input field, user can enter their address, a street name. If I save the changes and open the web browser, so here you can see another input field. Now let me copy this complete div, and we will paste it here. We will use this input field to get the city and a state information. So in this placeholder we will add the city, and in the second placeholder we will add the state. If I save the changes and open the web browser, so here we have two other input fields which is for the city and state. Similarly, we will add other input fields, so just copy this div and paste it here. Now here in the first one we will set the type number, and here we will add the placeholder text zip code, and here we will add the placeholder text, that is country. Now if I come back to the web page, so here you can see the zip code and country input field. Now let's create one more copy of this input field. Just copy and paste it here. Here we will add the type number, and here let's provide the phone. If I save the changes and open the web browser, so here we have the input field for the phone number. So we have added the input fields for all the delivery details. After that we will create the elements for the right side of this place order page. So let's come back to the VS Code editor. After this div, here let's add one comment, and here we will add the text right side. Here let's create one div, and in this div we will add the class name property, that will be margin top. Within this div, let's add another div. Here we will add the class name property, and here let's provide margin top and minimum width. Within this div, we will mount cart total component. If I save the changes and open the web browser, so here in the right side you can see this cart total component. Using that, we can display the total amount on this place order page. After that, here we will create another div. Here we will add the class name property, that will be margin top, and in this one we will mount the title component. In this title component, let's add the text 1. Here we will add the text payment. Then we will add the text 2, and here we will provide method. We have to provide 2 props in this title component. After this title component, we will create another div. Here we will add the class name property, and here we will provide flex, gap, flex column and flex row. If I save the changes and open the web browser, so here we have this title component where we have added the text payment method. After that, we will use this div to display the different payment method. So here we can add one comment where we will add the comment text payment method selection. Within this div, we will create another div. Here we will add the class name property, and here we will provide flex item center, gap, border, padding and cursor pointer. Within this div, we will create one p tag. In this p tag, we will use this p tag to display the selections. When we will select this option, then this paragraph will be green, and if we have not selected it, then it will be transparent, and here we will add the border. For that, here we will use the dynamic class name. So let's add the curly braces, backticks, and here we will provide min width, height, border and border radius. We will save the changes, and after this p tag, let's add one image tag, and in this src we will add assets dot stripe logo. After that, here we will add the class name property, and here we will define height and margin. If I save the changes and open the web browser, so here we have one payment method. After that, we will create another copy of this div, and here we will use the assets dot razor pay logo. If I save the changes, so here we have 2 options. Now let's create one more copy of this, and here let's remove this image tag, and after removing this image tag, here we will add one p tag, and in this p tag we will add the text cash on delivery. After that, here we will add the class name property, and here we will provide text color, text size, font weight and margin. If I save the changes and open the web browser, so now this component is looking good. After that, we have to add the logic so that if I click on any payment method, then here you can see this indicator in a small circle, so it will become green. So first we have to create one state variable. So before this return statement, let's add const method. Setter function name will be set method equal to use state, and we will initialize it with one string where we will add COD. So the cash on delivery will be selected by default. So here we have added COD. After that, on these three div that is representing three different payment method, here we will add the onClick property. Here we will pass the arrow function, and here we will call the set method function. After that, here we will add the string. In the first one, we will add the stripe, that is for the stripe button. In the second one, we will add the string Razorpay. And in the third one, we will add the string COD. After adding this, when we will click on these options, our state variable will be updated. Now we have to turn this circle into green color so that we will get to know that we have selected which payment method. For that, in these class name, we have added the template literal. So here in all three paragraph tag for the class name, we will provide template literal. So just add $, curly braces. And here we will check if our method is equal to, here we will provide one string, then we will add the question mark, and here we will provide BG green 400. After that, here we will add the colon, here we will add one string that will be empty string. So in the first method, we will check if the method is a stripe. In that case, the background will become green, else we will provide empty string. Now in the second option, we will check if the method is equal to Razorpay. In that case, the background will become green for the Razorpay method. After that, we have the third option. Here we will check if the method is COD. In that case, we will provide this background color, else we will provide this empty string. So we have added these code. Let me save the changes. Now open the web page. So now you can see, if I reload the web page, by default this cash on delivery will be selected. So now if I click on the stripe method, this green dot is visible on this stripe method. If I click on Razorpay, this green dot is visible on the Razorpay. So this logic is perfectly working. After that, we will create one button tag so that when we will click on that button, then we will be navigated to the orders page. So here let's add one div. In this div, we will add the class name property, and here we will provide the width full, text end, and margin top. Within this div, we will create one button tag. And in this button tag, we will type place order. In this button tag, we will provide the class name property, and here we will provide the background color, text color, then padding X, padding Y, and text size. If I save the changes and open the web browser, so here we have this place order button. Now we will add the logic so that when we will click on this button, we will be navigated to the orders page. For that, first we will import the navigate function from the context. So just add const navigate equal to use context, and here we will provide the shop context. After that, on this button tag, we will add the onClick property, and here we will provide the arrow function, and after that we will call the navigate function. And here we have to provide the path of the orders page. So let's add /orders. If I save the changes and open the web browser, now if I click on this place order button, we will be redirected to the orders page. After that, we will create the UI of this orders page. To create this orders page, let's come back to the VS Code editor, and from here we will open this orders.jsx file, and here first we will get the products data and currency symbol from the context. For that, let's add const curly braces products comma currency equal to use context, and here we will provide the shop context. After that, in this div we will add the class name property, and here we will provide the border top and padding top. Within this div we will create another div. In this div we will add the class name property that will be text to Excel. Within this div we will mount the title component, and in this title component we have to provide the props. So we will provide text1 that will be my, and now we will add the text2 that will be orders. If I save the changes and open the web page, so you can see the title here, my orders. After this div, here we will create another div, and here we will display the orders data. So we have not added the logic for the place order, so we will get 4 products from this products data and we will display that as an order. For that, here we will add the curly braces products dot slice method. Here we need the 4 products from this products array, so just add 1 to 4. After that, here we will use the dot map method. In this one, we will pass one arrow function. So we will use this bracket. Here we will get the parameter that will be individual item and index number. After that, here we will return one div. In this div, we will add the key property where we will provide the index. And here we will add the class name property. So here we will provide padding, border bottom, text color, flex column, flex row, item center, justify between, then gap. After that, within this div we will create another div. In this div we will add the class name property. So here we will provide the classes flex, items start, gap, and text size, that is a small. So in this div we will display the products image and products other data. So for that we will use the img tag, and in this src we will provide the products image. For that, here we will use the item dot image index 0. After that, we will add the class name property, and here we will provide the width. If I save the changes and open the web browser, so here we have 3 images. After this product image, here we will create one div, and in this div we will add the paragraph tag, and in this paragraph tag we will display the product's name. So just add the curly braces, and here we will provide item dot name. Now in this paragraph tag we will add the class name property, and here we will provide text base and font medium. After this p tag, here we will create one div, and in this div we will add the class name property. So here we will provide flex, item center, gap, margin top, text base, and text color. Within this div, we will create 3 p tags. So just add p into 3. So in the first p tag, we will display the price of the product. So just add the curly braces, and here we will display currency, and here we will add another curly braces and just add item dot price. After that, here we will add the class name property, and here let's provide text large. Now in the second paragraph tag, we will display the quantity. So just add the text quantity. So for now, let me add the static value. Let me add 1. Now in the third paragraph tag, let's add the size. And here, let's add the static value. So let me add medium. After this div, we will add one p tag. And here we will display the purchase date. When user have purchased this product. For that, here we will add the date. Then add the span tag, and in this span tag we will add the class name property, and here we will provide the text gray 400, and in this span tag let me add one date. So let me add 25 July 2024. Now in this p tag also we will add the class name property, that will be margin top. If I save the changes and open the web browser, so here we have the product title, then price, quantity, size, and date. After this div, here we will create another div. In this div, we will add the class name property, and here we will provide width, flex, and justify between. Within this div, we will create another div, and in this div we will add the class name property, and here we will provide flex, item, center, and gap. And in this div we will create two p tag. So let's add the p into 2. So in the first paragraph tag we will display the bullet points. So let's add the class name property, and here we will provide min width, height, border radius, and background color. After this p tag, let's add the text in second p tag. So let's add the text ready to ship, and here let's add the class name property. And here we will provide text small and text vase. If I save the changes and open the web browser, so here in the center you can see this status, that is ready to ship. After this div, we will create one button tag, and in this button tag we will add the text track order. And on this button tag we will add the class name property, and here we will provide the classes border, padding X, padding Y, text size, font weight, and border radius. If I save the changes and open the web browser, so here we have this track order button. So now we have completed the UI part of this order page. When we'll create the logic for the order, then we will use this format to display the actual order data. So now we have created the order page. Now we will create the UI for the login page. So to create the login page UI, first we have to add the link on this profile icon, so that when we click here, then it will open the login page. For that, let's come back to the navbar.jsx file, and on this image tag, now we have to wrap this image tag with the link tag. For that, here let's add link tag and wrap this image tag with this link tag. Just place it at the end. Now in this link tag, let's add the to property, and here we will provide /login. That will be the path of the login page. If I save the changes and open the web browser, and if I click on this user icon, then we are redirected to the login page. Now we will design this login page UI. So to create this login page UI, first let's come back to the VS Code editor, and here we will open login.jsx file. In this one, first we will create one state variable that will manage our state like login or sign up. So just add const, and then we will add the state variable name that will be current state. Then setter function name will be set current state equal to use state. Initialize it with one string where we will add sign up. After that, we will convert this div into a form tag. After that, in this form tag, we will add the class name property, and here we will provide flex column, item center, width, max width, margin auto, then margin top, then gap and text color. In this form tag, let's create one div. In this div, we will add the class name property, and here we will provide inline flex, item center, gap and margin. Here we will create one p tag, and here we will display the current state, that is sign up, correct? So let's add curly braces current state, so it will display sign up. Now in this p tag we will add the class name property, and here let's provide this class name. So we have provided this font and text size. After that we will create one HR tag, and in this HR tag let's add the class name property, and let's provide border none, then height, width, then background color. If I save the changes and open the web browser, so here we have this sign up text. Now if I change this state and make it login, now you can see this login text on this web page. Let me change it to sign up only. After that, we will create the input fields for the name, email and password. So let's add the input field. Type will be text, and here let's add the class name property, and here we will provide width, padding, border color, and here we will add the placeholder property. Here we will provide name. After that, let's copy the input field and paste it again. Here we will add the type email. Then in this placeholder, just type email. After that, let's paste this input field again, and here we will add the type password. And here in this placeholder, let's add password. After that, we will add the required attribute in all three input fields. So just added required attribute so that this input field will be required to submit the form. Now if I save the changes and open the web browser, so here you can see all three input fields, name, email and password. After that, if I change this state from sign up to login and save the changes, now here we have the login. Now in this login state, we have to remove this name, right? Because we need this name field while creating a new account, and while login, user can log in using the email ID and password only. So to hide this one, let's come back, and before this input field, let's add the curly braces and we will use the ternary operator. So just check if the current state is equal to login. In that case, here we will provide one empty string. And if it is not equal to login, in that case, we will provide this input field. So let me cut this input field and paste it after this colon. If I save the changes and open the web browser, now you can see in this login form we have only email and password input field. If I change it to sign up, save the changes. Now in this sign up form we have the name input field also. After this 3 input fields, here we will create one div. And in this div we will add the class name property. And here we will provide width full, flex, justify between, text size and margin top. After that, here we will create one p tag. And here we will provide one text that will be forgot your password. In this p tag, we will add the class name property that will be cursor pointer. If I save the changes and open the web browser, so here we have this text, forgot your password. After that, in the right side, we will create one option so that when we are on the login page, then in the right side, it will display create account. And if we are on the sign up form, then in the right side, it will display login here. For that, let's come back to the VS Code editor. And here, after this p tag, let's add the curly braces. And here we will check if our current state is equal to login. In that case, here we will add the question mark. And here we will create one p tag. In this paragraph tag, let's add text create account. And if the state is not equal to login, in that case, we will add the another p tag. And here we will add the text login here. After that, in these p tag, we will add the class name property that will be cursor pointer. With that, here in this p tag, we will add the onClick property. Here we will pass one arrow function. And here we will call the setCurrentState function. In the first one, it says create an account. So here we will add the state sign up. And now in the second one, it says login here. So in this one, we will add the state login. If I save the changes and open the web browser, now on this sign up form, here you can see the option login here. And if I click here, then it will open the login form, and here in the right side you can see create account. If I click on this create account, again it will open the sign up form. So this functionality is perfectly working. After this div, we will create one button tag. And in this button tag, we will display the text dynamically. So for that, let's add the curly braces, and here we will check if our current state is login. In that case, we will add the text sign in. And if the state is not equal to login, then we will provide the text sign up. After that, here we will add the class name property, and here we will provide bg black, text white, font light, padding X, padding Y, and margin top. If I save the changes and open the web browser, so here we have this sign up button on this sign up form. If I click here, so it will open the login form, and here we have this sign in button. If I click on this button, it is asking to fill this input field. Please fill out this field. If I fill this email input field, so let me add one dummy email ID dev@gmail.com, and here we have not provided any password, then you can see then it is giving the notification, please fill out this form. And if I add some password here, then click on this sign in button. So it will submit this form, and with that it will reload the web page. So we have to prevent this page reload. For that, here we will create one onSubmit handler function. So just add const onSubmit handler, and it will be one async arrow function. And here we have created this onSubmit handler function. Now in this one we will pass the parameter that will be event. So whenever we will submit the form, we will get the event from the form submission, and using this event we can provide prevent default. After using this method, it will prevent the web page from reloading when we will submit the form. So now in this form tag, we have to link this function. So on this form tag, we will add the onSubmit, and here just provide onSubmit handler. If I save the changes and open the web browser, and now if I add any dummy email ID and any password and click on this sign in, then it will not reload our web page. So now we have created this login and sign up form. After that, we will create the about page. To create the about page, we will come back to the VS Code editor, and from here we will open about.jsx file. And here within this div, we will create another div, and in this one we will add the class name property. So here we will provide text to Excel, text center, padding, and border top. Within this div, we will mount our title component. In this title component, we will add the props that will be text1. So here we will type the text about, then we will add the text2. Here we will add us. If I save the changes and open the web page, so you can see this text about us. After this title, here we will create one div, and in this div we will add the class name property, and here we will provide margin Y, flex, flex column, flex row, gap. Within this div we will create one image tag, and in this image src we will use assets.aboutImage. After that, here we will add the class name property, and here we will provide width full, max width 450 pixels. After this image tag, let's add one div, and in this div we will add the class name property, and here we will provide flex, flex column, justify center, gap, width, and text color. Now within this div we will create two paragraph tags, so just add p into 2. Now in the first p tag, let's add some static dummy text. So we have added this text. After that, in the second p tag also we will add some text. So we have added another text in the second p tag. If I save the changes and open the web browser, so in the left side we have this image, and in the right side we have some text. After these p tag, here we will add one b tag, and here we will add the text our mission. After that we will add the class name property, and here we will provide text gray 800. After this b tag, let's add the another p tag, and in this p tag we will add some dummy text. So we have added this text, and if I save the changes and open the web browser, so now we have 3 paragraph tag and one small text. in the right side. So now this About Us section is looking good. Now here we will create another div, and here we will add the class name that will be text Excel4, text for Excel, then padding Y. Now in this div we will add the title component. We will pass the props. So the first one will be text1. In this one we will pass Y. In the second one we will add the text2, and here we will provide the text choose us. If I save the changes and open the web browser, so here you can see this text why choose us. Here we have provided for Excel, so let me make it Excel. Now it is looking good. After this div, here we will create another div, and in this div we will add the class name property, and let's provide flex, flex column, flex row, text small, and margin bottom. So in this div we will create another div, and here we will add the class name property. So here we will provide border, padding, flex, flex column, and gap. Within this div we will create one B tag, and in this B tag we will add the text quality assurance. After this B tag, let's add one paragraph tag and just provide this text, that is one dummy text. Now let's copy this div and we will paste it, and here we will update the text. So instead of this text we will add convenience. Now we will update the text in this paragraph text. So we have added another text here. Now let's create one more copy of this div, and here we will update this text. So let me remove this convenience and we will type exceptional customer service. Similarly, in this last P tag we will update the text. So let me add a new text here. After that, in all three P tag we will add the class name property, and here we will simply provide text color, that will be text gray 600. Now if I save the changes and open the web browser, so here you can see three columns where we have these text. After these text we will display one newsletter subscription box. So here we will mount the newsletter box. Now if I save the changes and open the web browser, so now here you can see we have this newsletter subscription box with the title. Now we have completed the About Us page. Next we will create the contact page. For that we will come back to the contact.jsx file. In this component, within this div we will create another div, and in this one we will add the class name property, and here we will provide text center, text to Excel, padding top and border top. After that we will add the title component. In this title we will pass the props, that is text1, and in the text1 we will type contact. Then we will pass the text2, and here we will pass us. If I save the changes and open the web browser, so here we have the contact us title on this page. So after this div we will create another div, and in this one we will add the class name property, And here we will provide margin Y, flex, flex column, justify center, flex row, gap and margin bottom. In this div, we will create one image tag. In this image tag, we will use assets.contactImage. After that, we will add the class name property, and here we will provide width, max width. If I save the changes and open the web browser, so here we have one image on this contact page. After this image tag, let's create one div tag, and in this div tag we will add the class name property, and here we will provide flex, flex column, justify center, items start and gap 6. Within this div we will create 5 paragraph tag. So just add p into 5. So in the first one we will add the text, that is our store. Now in the first one we will add the class name property, and let's add the class name font semi-bold, text excel, text color gray. If I save the changes and open the web browser, so here we have this text, our store. After that, in the second p tag, let's add the address. So we will add any dummy address. We have added vr tag to add a line break. If I save the changes and open the web browser, so here you can see this address. Now in this one we will add the class name property, and here we will provide text gray 500. So now the text color has been changed. After that, in the next p tag we will add this text where we will display one dummy phone number, then line break, and here we will display the email ID. This is also one dummy email ID. Then we will add the class name property, and here let's add the class name text gray 500. If I save the changes and open the web browser, so now here you can see this phone number and email ID. Now in the next p tag we will add the text carriers at forever. Here we will add the class name property, and in this class name we will provide font semi-bold, text excel and text color gray 600. If I save the changes, and here you can see this text. After that, let me create one copy of this p tag and we will paste it here. From here, let me remove this text, and here we will provide another text. Learn more about our teams and job openings. After this p tag, here we will create one button tag. So let me remove this p, and here we will add the button tag. In this button tag, we will add explore jobs, and here we will add the class name property, and here we will provide border black, padding, text size, hover effect. So we'll add the hover background, hover text, then we'll add the transition and duration. We will save the changes. After that, we will open the web browser. So here we have this text and this explore jobs button, and if I move cursor over this button, you can see this transition and the background color is changing. So now we have created this layout for the contact us page, and below this one we will add one newsletter subscription box. For that, let's come back to the VS Code editor. Here we will simply mount the newsletter box component. We will save the changes. So here we have this newsletter subscription box on this contact us page. If I open this web page in a smaller screen, so you can see in a smaller screen also this contact us page is looking good. So now we have created all the pages of our project. We have created the home page where we can display the latest collections, best sellers, and these policies. Then we have the newsletter box and footer. Then we have created the collection page where we have created these category and subcategory filter. Then we have created the about us page, then contact us page. Then we have created this search bar, then login page, then cart page, product page. We can add the product in the cart, and you can see this product has been added in this cart page, and we can click on this proceed to checkout, so it will open the place order page. After that, we have created the my orders page. So here we have created all the pages of our e-commerce website. In the second part, we will create the backend and we will also create the admin panel for this e-commerce website so that we can create a fully functional full stack e-commerce website. I hope this video will be helpful for you. If you have any question, you can ask me in the comment section. Please like and share this video and also subscribe my channel Great Stack to watch more videos like this one. Thank you so much for watching this video.